All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is Thursday, December the 10th, 8:33 a.m. My name is Brendan Kelsey. I'll be chair. Along with me is Mr. Alvin Roche and Ms. Pearl Wise. The panel is conducting parole hearings today by Zoom technology in response to the governor's proclamation relative to COVID-19 and public hearings. We chose this platform so it allowed for observation and input by members of the public. Staff and support is seated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Would staff and support please introduce yourself?
Teresa Dorn.
Ray Eaglin.
John Poach.
And before we go to our remote location, we will have an administrative hearing. Our remote location will be State Police Barracks for the first case, and we'll get staff and support when we go there. But we will hear an administrative hearing first, and Ms. Hogan is here. We'll allow you to speak in just a second. Let me pull up your administration. Is Stephanie King. DOC number 171394, third class offender, parole eligibility date 2/8/2016, good time date 2/13/2025, full term date 2/8/2056. And let's see here. Possession with intent to distribute marijuana, possession with intent distribution of cocaine, armed robbery, manslaughter. January 18, 1987, revoked June 26, 1991. January 21st, 1988, revoked April 18th, 1991. September 16th, 94. September 14th, 98. 7 years, 7 years, 7 years, 60 years, 40 years. All right, Ms. Hogan, would you like to make a statement?
Good morning, Mr. Kelsey. Very briefly, on behalf of the Parole Project, I'm Jane Hogan, and Ms. King was denied parole in a hearing in April of 2016. Since then, she has received her bachelor's from the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. She's become a certified academic tutor. She is a peer minister for Celebrate Recovery. She's completed Thinking for a Change, as well as a computer literacy course. And she's currently taking correspondence courses from Tulane University. She has not had a write-up since 2015. And if she were to be released, the Parole Project is committed to providing long-term residence and occupational support to Ms. King. She's served over 24 years as of today. So we would just ask that the board grant her request to have a future parole hearing.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Alvaroche, you have any questions?
I have no questions, and Ms. Hogan, hope you feel better soon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Pearl Wise?
I have no questions. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Wise. Thank you.
Okay, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Roche?
Mr. Chairman, based upon the offender earning 950 days good time, she has a low risk assessment, good programs, and the last hearing was in 2016, has no write-up since 2015. My vote is yes.
All right, Ms. Wise?
My vote is yes for the reasons already stated on the record, and with the addition that she has a good transition plan with the Louisiana Parole Project.
Yeah, 2 votes for yes for a rehear. Also vote yes to grant a rehear. So 3 votes to grant a rehear. She'll have a rehear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Have a good day.
All right, good morning. We'll call to order once again here. Committee on Parole is called to order Tuesday, December the 10th, 8:44 a.m. My name is Brennan Kelsey, be chair. Along with me is Alvin Roche and Pearl Wise. The panel is conducting parole hearings today by Zoom technology in response to the governor's proclamation relative to COVID-19 and public hearings. We chose this platform so it allows for observation and input by members of the public. Staff support seated DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Our remote location is State Police Barracks with staff and support at State Police Barracks. Please introduce yourself. Staff and support at State Police Barracks. You need to take it off of mute.
How about now?
Gotcha. We good.
Very good. Again, my name's Riss Swear, classification is State Police Barracks. Captain Danny Honeycutt will be in just 1 second. And we have Miss Lisa Prejean, classification director at State Police Barracks.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're ready for our first case. Teresa?
This is a case for Chris Timon, DOC 360424. We have Keith Nordyke, who's the attorney, Andrew Hunley from Louisiana Parole Project, who would like to speak on his behalf. And we have Susan Sanders, who's on the phone, who is his stepmother, who would like to speak.
Okay, great. Also want to welcome everybody to YouTube. I know there were a lot of participants that wanted to be involved here for this case. It's difficult getting everybody in, but we have, thank you guys for being watching, being on the YouTube. All right, Chris Timon, DOC number, please, hey, state your name and introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Chris Timon, 360424.
Hey, Chris, my name's Brennan Kelsey. Along with me is Mr. Alvin Roche and Mr. Pearl Wise. I'll explain the process to you. Read some information to the record. We'll have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. You have some people that are here to make a statement. They can make a statement. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Chris Timon, DOC number 360424, second class offender. Your parole eligibility date is 8/12/2020. Your good time date is 7/30/2044, and your full term date is 2/1/2094. You were at a commutation assessed by the governor, 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. Charged first degree murder. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you answer Mr. Alvin Roche's questions, please?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Timon.
Good morning, Mr. Alvin.
How you doing? Nice seeing you again.
I'm doing good, a little nervous.
Yeah. I'm going to enter some information into the record, and then we're going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
Just relax.
Yes, sir.
Christopher Timon, he's currently 47 years old, but Tuesday of next week, he'll be 48. And he's a second felony offender. He's been housed at the State Police Barracks since May 8th, 2006, some 14 and a half years, which is a feat in itself. He was granted clemency by Governor John Bell Edwards on August 12, 2020, commuted his sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. He received the recommendation on July 22nd, 2019 from the Louisiana Pardon Board. And that recommendation was based on favorable remarks by Captain Honeycutt, excellent programming, a good disciplinary record, a low risk assessment score, and the community service that he has performed while incarcerated, tutoring fellow inmates. And he has an excellent support network. Disciplinary conduct, Mr. Timon has had 7 write-ups in 26 years, his last write-up being July 17th, 1997. All 7 of those write-ups for in the first 2 years of his incarceration. He has not had a write-up in some 23 years. Mr. Timon, have you completed any programs since your pardon hearing?
Yes, sir. With Toyota University, completed a total of 37 classes and towards getting my master's certification from Toyota.
Great. And by occupation, you are a auto mechanic?
A collision repair painter.
Ah, okay. Okay, great. Captain Honeycutt, would you like to make any remarks, comments, or observations?
Yes, sir. You went over, he's been at the barracks here since 2006, was going on 15 years. And you went over some of the things that he's accomplished as far as him being assigned to our fleet operation for 8 years because of his body and fender repair skills. He was selected by John Easley to attend a course at Angola, which he had to transfer him back to Angola to attend this course. And he got his I-CARD certification with and which was recognized internationally. Also, he got his ASE master certification in collision repair while he was there. And like he said, he completed 37 courses at the Toyota University. He's got 8 he's got to do, but he can't do it unless he attends the actual university for that. He's been here for 15 years. He's been assigned to fleet for 8 years. He's been at the mansion for 7. He's been a great asset to us. We had never had any problems. Of course, you mentioned this disciplinary. He's got 7 reports, which the last one was in 1997. So he's been here for 15 years. That says a lot about his conduct, his behavior, things that he's accomplished since he's been here. I know that we provide some AA training, but because of his assignments, he hasn't been able to attend those, which is not something that, I'm not going to say it's his fault. It's more of us than it is of him. But because of what he does as far as his assignments here, it's been difficult for him to attend a lot of those meetings. So, but other than that, he's been a great asset to us. He's never had any behavior problems here. He's been an instructor. He's been a mentor with a lot of the inmates I bring in that have the potential to be body and repair at our fleet. He's worked with them. He's tutored them. He's done everything we've asked of him since he's been here.
Thank you, Captain Honeycutt. Mr. Timon, we're going to talk about one other subject, and that's your residency plan. I see one for Benton, Louisiana, and I see one for Wasson, Texas. What are your plans after release, if you are released?
Yes, sir. I intend on going through the Louisiana Parole Project. I have a job lined up with a local dealership collision center, and I plan on staying in the local area. I've been offered an apartment by a friend. He offered to rent me an apartment here locally, and I plan on staying here.
So your residency plan is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
All right, great. Ms. Pearl-Wise, you have any questions?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
It was definitely good reading to read your transformation and all the great things that you've done. I do want to state for the record that you do have law enforcement opposition. There's nothing you can do about that. Just want to state that for the record.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also have victim opposition. And again, there's nothing you can do about that, but I just want to state that for the record. In reading your information, you made mention that you suggested some new efficiency projects that saved money and were environmentally friendly in your application. You didn't. Can you speak to that? What was it about?
Yes, ma'am. When I was at Fleet, I'd come up with ideas to save the state money. And one of those was actually going green and transferring to waterborne paint. And I'm trying to think.
You said waterborne paint?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And there's different things that I did over there are suggested to administration, and they followed through with it, and it saved them a lot of money.
Okay, okay. But you're nervous today, so you can it escapes you, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand. And I said to when I read it, I said, I guess he didn't want to brag because he didn't write it in his thing. You just made mention of it. Yeah. But that's all I had.
Okay.
Chairman.
Hey, Chris, how old were you when you committed this crime?
Just a few days past my 22nd birthday.
And was drugs and alcohol related in this incident?
Alcohol, sir.
And what could you tell me, kind of from that boy, that young man then to today? What have you done? What are your thought processes? What do what's made you who you are right now, and what makes you, make us want to allow you to be released early?
I'm aware that the alcohol problem never goes away. And, I've spoken with Andrew with Parole Project about attending AA, and he assured me that he could set me up to attend AA meetings as well as find me a sponsor. That was over 26 years ago. And the pain that I've gone through all these years reaffirms the reason why that's something I don't want.
Okay. Right. So your plan. So you again, after talking to listening to Mr. Rusher, you're going to stay locally, and you do have some a job out there in the collision area.
Yes, sir. Local dealership collision center here in Baton Rouge.
Great. That's great. All right, we'll hear. Let's see. We'll hear from does Miss Susan Sanders want to make a statement?
Yes, sir. My name is Susan Sanders. Thank you, board, for allowing me to speak. I just want to say that I met Chris when he was about 15 years old. He had been through several stepmoms at that point. His dad and I were married for a very short period of time, but Chris and I have kept our relationship as mother and son all these years. Chris has done everything that he could possibly do to better himself. He has helped other inmates, and I really believe that he will be a positive influence once he gets out. I want the board to know that my husband and I live in Benton, Louisiana. My home is always open to Chris. My heart is always open to Chris. And I could not be more proud of him than I am today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Mr. Hunley.
Thank you, Andrew Hunley, Louisiana Parole Project. We've been working with Chris for quite a while now in anticipation of this hearing. Chris is a client of Louisiana Parole Project. He will go through our reintegration program just like any other client that is granted to our organization, where we will work with him on understanding social norms, technology skills, financial skills, and coping with this new world he's about to re-enter to. However, because of Chris's high skill level and his assignments over the years, we are of the opinion that his reintegration is going to be pretty smooth compared to others. Our plan is for Chris to live with us. We're going to provide him housing until the point he is self-sufficient and can afford rent for his own apartment in the area. Parole Project feels like this reentry plan is the best for him because Chris has, since his time at state police, especially working with Fleet in his current job assignment, he's built a network in the Baton Rouge area of people who care about him and want him to go to work for them. But even after Chris leaves our program, we'll continue to provide, or when he leaves our housing, we'll continue to provide case management services with him. So Louisiana Parole Project is very proud to have Chris as a client, and we look forward to working with him upon his release. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Before we go any further, can I call for an executive session, please?
We have a motion for executive session.
I second.
with a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Kelsey,
Yes.
Mr. Roche,
Yes.
Ms. Pearl.
Yes.
We'll be right back. I don't know what that's about. Yeah. This thing on mute. Lisa.
I don't know.
All right, we're back in session here. I assume, Mr. Nordyke, you want to make a very brief statement at the end after Chris, right?
That's correct, but I'll be very brief.
Very brief. Okay. Chris, would you like to make a statement on your behalf? Oh, y'all still muted up there. Yeah, we got you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Young, immature, and irresponsible at the time, I take full responsibility for my actions. There's not a day go by I don't think about the pain and grief I've caused Mr. Stewart's family. And I'm so sorry for what I did. To this day, I can still remember Ms. Stewart's comment to a journalist that one family is already hurt. There's no need in two families being hurt. This made me realize just how many people my actions had affected. Since then, I made a vow to myself that I would do everything I could to become a better person. And over the years, I went from being that irresponsible youth to becoming someone wanting to make a positive difference, not just in my life, but the lives of others as well. From teaching literacy class to teaching collision repair, I've continued to help those who want to learn. As my record will reflect, I've continued to take advantage of opportunities available to those determined to make something of themselves. By taking programs designed to help people change, and I also have taken classes that enable me to advance in my career. I've continued to set goals throughout the years. I went from Angola to the State Police Barracks to the Governor's Mansion, where I've worked for the last 7 years. And for the past 5 years, I've been the butler for the Governor and First Lady. This position has helped me in so many ways towards becoming a better person. It's given me an entirely different perspective as to what life's all about by helping others. Over the years, coping with the guilt of my actions hasn't been easy, and I've learned the best way for me to cope with the guilt is by helping others. Yet I've continued to feel the hurt and pain my actions have caused Mr. Stewart's family each and every day. This is something I'll live with for the rest of my life. And I know all the good I could do could not undo what I did 26 years ago, but given a second chance, I will continue to spend my life giving back to this world. I have a solid reentry plan in place going through parole project, and I've been offered a job at a local dealership. And I also have a support network in the area as well as in North Louisiana. And I'm so sorry for all the pain and grief my actions that caused Mr. Stewart's family. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. Mr. Nordyke?
I have 3 observations, and that's it. The first observation addresses Ms. Wise's concern about the opposition. And I would just note that very intentionally, we have asked Chris to stay in the Baton Rouge area, and he's going to do so. That keeps him away from where this happened. The second observation is that he's going to the Parole Project, who has an incredible record of success with people like Chris. And the third observation I have is that everything I had written down to say on my pads, Mr. Roche covered. So there is no reason for me to echo what Mr. Roche has already said. So we would ask for parole to the Louisiana Parole Project for Chris. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Alvin Roche.
Mr. Tamman, based upon your receiving a pardon from Governor John Bell Latwoods, based upon your excellent disciplinary conduct, positive remarks by Captain Honeycutt, an excellent support network in community service while incarcerated to your fellow offenders in a low risk assessment score, my vote this morning is to grant your request for early release. Upon release, you'll have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You are to do community service with at-risk youth 5 hours monthly, and you are to attend NAAA meetings at least 3 times a week. Good luck.
Yes.
Ms. Perwise?
Mr. Timms, my vote is the same for the same reasons, with the added condition that you are to have no contact with the victims or the victim's family.
All right, Chris, you have 2 votes to grant your parole, and it's me. I'm the last vote. I vote to grant your parole as well for all the hard work you've done. Your plan, your program, I know means a lot to you. We can hear it in your voice. But you've done a lot of great work. You had low Tiger score, positive institutional record, positive programs. Captain's comments there. So do you understand stipulations? You have 3 votes to grant. Your parole's been granted with stipulations stated. You'll have a curfew from 9 p to 6 a. You'll have no contact with the victim or victim's families. You will have community service 5 hours a month. And I think Mr. Roche wants to speak to at-risk youth. I mean, me personally, as long as you're giving back to the community in a church setting or something, some type of community service, I think that's appropriate. And you'll be released to the parole project. And you'll have NAAA. How much, Mr. Roche, did you say that?
3 times a week.
I want you to go to NAAA 3 times a week and then evaluate with your PO, okay?
Yes, sir.
So 3 votes to grant your parole. Your parole's been granted. Good luck to you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
And we'll be signing out at the State Police Barracks at 9:09. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order today. Is Thursday, December the 10th, 9:23 a.m. My name is Brennan Kelsey. I'll be a chair. Along with me will be Alvin Roche and Mr. Pearl Wise. The panel is conducting parole hearings today by Zoom technology in response to the governor's proclamation relative to COVID-19 and public hearings. We chose this platform so it allow for observation and input of members of the public. Staff and support is seated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Our remote location is Louisiana State Penitentiary. With staff and support, please introduce yourself there.
I'm Darrell Bernard, the warden. Original Lamoureux classification.
Carmen Shipley, offender records.
Maurice Ravelli, IT. Alan Borden, regional form manager. Joey Reagan, prisoner and process supervisor.
Anne-Marie Easley, assistant warden.
Amber Vittorio, classification.
Carly Goodwin, classification.
Danny Hoover, agricultural manager.
All right, we're ready for our first case.
Our first case is Paul Will, DOC 447357. We have Keith Nordyke, who's the attorney, Andrew Hundley from Louisiana Parole Project, Randy Meyer, Jefferson ADA, and Amy Kosover, who's the fiance who would like to speak.
All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
My name is Paul Will, 447357.
Hi, Paul. My name is Brennan Kelsey. Again, along with me is Mrs. Wise and Mr. Roche. I'll explain the process to you, read some information for the record. We'll have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Paul Will, DOC number 447357. You're a first class offender. Parole eligibility date 8/12/2020. Full term, good time date 11/6/2083. Full term date 9/7/2099. You were sentenced to life, and then your sentence was commutated by the Pardon Board and the governor to 99 years. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you answer Mr. Alvin Roche's questions, please?
Can't hear Mr. Roche.
You're on mute, Mr. Roche.
Good morning, Mr. Will. How are you?
I'm happy to be alive, sir. Good morning to you.
Good. It's nice seeing you again.
I didn't hear you.
It's nice seeing you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have Paul Will. He's 47 years old. He's been incarcerated 20 years of a 99-year sentence. He has earned 501 days good time, and he's a first felony offender. He was granted clemency by Governor John Bell Edwards on August 12, 2020, and that recommendation was granted at 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. He got his first recommendation from the Pardon Board on September 17th, 2018, but there was a provision that it would be only recommended after a victim dialogue with the victim of the crime. That dialogue did not materialize, and there was a second recommendation without the victim dialogue that was made on July 20th, 2020. The reasons for the recommendation, he had a favorable remarks by Warden Bernard, his contribution to the prison community, excellent programs, a low risk assessment score, and all of this was based on the victim input because we actually talked to the victim during the hearing, and she was privy to the information that was about to happen. And we sort of got her approval after agreeing to the victim dialogue. His disciplinary conduct, he has only 3 disciplinary write-ups and 20 years of incarceration, the last one being in 2015. Mr. Will, have you completed any programs since your pardon hearing?
Yeah, two, actually. I've achieved my master's certificate in mentoring, and I finished my master's degree in Master of Arts in Pastoral Ministry.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Warden Vanoy, would you like to make any comments, remarks, or observations?
Yes, sir, Mr. Roche, you went through it very well. Paul is taking advantage of everything that we have to offer in our rehabilitative programs, and including his master's degree, which is I know he's very proud of. He's absolutely model prisoner, no problem.
Thank you, Warden Vanoy. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my interview with Mr. Will.
All right, Ms. Wise.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
And I see that you are an ordained minister since 2014. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm sure that's challenging around there.
Yeah, especially with what comes along with it, because I'm a mandatory reporter under two circumstances. So if someone comes and tells me that they're going to hurt someone or themselves, and I deem that they actually have the means to do so, it makes for some interesting living in prison, as you can imagine.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The only other thought I had was tell me about this fiance in Atlanta, but I see she's on.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me how this going to work. What's y'all's future plans?
Marriage, Christmas Eve at Jefferson Baptist Church, if mercy is granted from this board, with an amazing celebration of restoration to family, friends, and a lovely future. She's my absolute best friend. She's been the clearest mirror I have ever encountered in my life.
All right. So what are you? So if you're successful today, we got your wedding plans. Where are you going to live?
Well, I'm going to immediately go to the Louisiana Parole Project, and I will
Okay.
be there until they deem satisfactory completion, and then we'll work on an interstate compact, and I will return home to be with Amy in Marietta, Georgia.
Okay, I like that. I like the sound of that. All right,
Thank you.
that's all I had. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and hear from Amy right now. How about we hear from Amy?
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on Paul's behalf today. I have known Paul for many years, and I've grown to know and love him dearly. He is my absolute best friend. Paul's life is a shining example of radical transformation. I have found him to be the most consistent and uncompromising man of God that I've ever met in my life. And because of his example in my life, I'm actually a better mother and a daughter and a friend. He has taught me to, think differently, listen carefully, and love completely. And he is just a wonderful man of godly character. We are looking forward to the opportunity for Paul to transition to the Parole Project, because we just feel like that will be just a wonderful support system for reintegration for him. And then, like Paul said, our hopes are to be married shortly thereafter and apply for the Interstate Compact. Mr. Nordyke has said he would help us with that process and make sure that that is done properly. I want you also to know I own a media production company here in the metro Atlanta area. I've been working doing that for many years. I do both secular and Christian content. And so I'm really excited for Paul to be able to work with me in producing Christian content in our future. So that's a really exciting opportunity for us. I want you to also know I am fully committed to tell you that Paul has a safe, supportive, financially stable, and loving environment here with me. He also has a very loving, supportive family. And together we have a giant group of friends and church family that are interested in seeing Paul succeed. I know many of them are watching online right now. I'm excited to see what God is going to accomplish through Paul's life. And I'm also happy to be by his side to help him be the best version of himself. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Now we'll hear from Andrew Hunley.
Andrew Hunley, Louisiana Parole Project. We just wanted to confirm to the board that Paul Will is in fact a client of ours, and if he is granted parole today, he will come to our program, and we look forward to assisting him in his reintegration and providing him the services and the programming we do all of our clients. However, because of Paul's maturity and growth while he's been incarcerated, we anticipate that his reentry will be smooth. Parole Project commits to provide housing to Paul until his interstate compact agreement to Georgia would be approved, where he would move, and we would expect him to fulfill all of the obligations that all Parole Project clients would while he's living in our house. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll hear from Mr. Randy Meyer.
Good morning, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. I don't know if y'all have the victim's letter, which I think she sent last night in regard to this case.
Mr. Myers?
Yes, sir.
We do, and I've read it this morning.
Okay, thank you. And well, basically what she said is she's going to leave it in the board's hands, but she does ask, and we would concur in this, for certain conditions to be placed if he is granted, which are no contact with the victim or her family, that he does have an out-of-state residence plan after the parole project. Lastly, because of the, I think everybody would agree that substance abuse was an issue with committing this crime, that he continued, and we all know that fighting substance abuse is a lifelong thing, that he continued with substance abuse treatment after he is released.
Mr. Myers?
Yes, sir.
You have my guarantee all of those issues will be covered.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Paul, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Oh, it's just listening to what everybody said. It's really virtually impossible to add to some of that stuff, other than the fact that I would say this: if an inmate who is committed to rehabilitation finds themselves in Angola, the opportunities to participate in a very healthy pathway are available to all. And you know what? I have and will continue to serve as an example to inspire anybody to follow that same path, because it's hope inspiring and it brings life to a place that is very difficult to live in it sometimes. And I would say that I'm deeply grateful for all the opportunities that have been afforded me. And that's all I got. I'm grateful.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nordyke, brief statement.
Very brief. I concur in everything that's been said so far, and Mr. Roche has also captured every one of my notes. So I'm going to put this set of notes in the trash can again. So I hope that's true as we go forward in the day. But I have nothing left to add. He's going to the Parole Project. I have known Paul and Amy for a good while. I am quite comfortable that they're going to have a very great life together and do very well.
All right, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Alvin Roche.
Mr. Will?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'm going to give you my verdict, and then I'm going to give you the stipulations and the conditions, okay?
Yes, sir.
My vote is to grant your request for early release to the Louisiana Parole Project, and then to an improved ICOT to Marietta, Georgia. And Louisiana Parole Project and the approval of your interstate compact will depend on when that will be. But that is the plan: Louisiana Parole Project, then Marietta, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
I've read your mental health evaluation, and it seems that you're prepared. You know there's going to be challenges. You know there's going to be difficulties. But reading your mental health evaluation, it made me believe that you are ready to face whatever comes your way, and that reassured me about my decision. You have an approved resident plan and employment plan. You'll be working for AK Films in Georgia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, conditions after release. You have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay.
You are to do community service with at-risk youth 5 hours monthly. You are to maintain full-time employment at all times during your supervision. And you are to have a mental health evaluation upon release, just to make sure everything's fine, and follow all recommendations of that evaluation. Plus, you are to have no contact with the victim or the victim's family. Absolutely no contact.
Yes, sir.
You are to attend NA meetings 3 times, NAAA meetings 3 times a week. And you should get a mental health evaluation with that, a substance abuse evaluation after arriving at your final destination to make sure that everything basically has been taken care of as far as your addiction to alcohol and drugs.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand all the conditions?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, actually, great opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, that completes my recommendation.
All right, Ms. Pearl-Wise.
Sir, my vote is the same for the same reason that's been outlined. Mr. Rocha, did you mention any kind of community service?
Yes, community service, 5 hours monthly with at-risk youth.
All right, thank you. I concur with the recommendations, and my vote is to grant as well. Best wishes to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you.
All right, you have 2 votes to grant your parole. Also, I'm going to vote to grant your parole today for the reasons stated, all the work you've done, the positive institutional records, your warden's comments, low risk assessment score. You'll be released to the parole project then, and when it's complete, the ICOTS, you'll be moved to Georgia. You have community service 5 hours per month, maintain full-time employment. You'll have a curfew from 9 p to 6 a. You'll have a mental health evaluation, follow-up recommendations if need be, substance abuse evaluation and follow-up recommendations if need be. And you'll attend NAAA 3 times a week. Do you understand all the stipulations?
I do. Thank you.
No contact with the victim or victim's family.
Yes, sir.
All right, you have 3 votes to grant your parole today. Your parole's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, ready for our next case?
This is a case for Keith Morse, DOC 355646. We have Keith Nordyke, who's the attorney, Andrew Hunley, Louisiana Parole Project, and Dr. Kristen Morse, who's the wife, who would like to speak.
All right, let's see. All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Keith Morse, 355646.
All right, Keith, my name is Brennan Kelsey. I'll be chair today. Along with me on the board will be Mr. Alvin Roche and Ms. Pearl Wise. I'll explain the process to you. We'll read some information to the record, have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
All right, Keith Morse, DOC number 355646. You're a first-class offender. Well, eligibility date 7/8/2020. Good time date 4/20/2043. Full term date 7/1/2093. Let's see. And you were had a commutation of sentence to 99 years signed by the governor. First degree murder. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Answer Mr. Alvin Roche's questions, please.
Good morning, Keith. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Roche. I'm nervous, but I'm making it.
Well, nice seeing you again. Sit back, relax, and I'm going to enter some information into the record, and we'll ask you a few questions at the end, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we have Keith Morse. He's currently 45 years old, and he's been incarcerated for 26 and a half years. He is a first felony offender, and I want to state some information about Mr. Morse. He is the co-founder of Malachi Dads, and that program is now in 248 prison facilities worldwide. He's also the author of a very popular book. Would you give us the name of your book, Keith?
Finding Higher Ground.
Find Higher Ground. And it's very popular, and it has been read thousands and thousands of times. Keith was granted clemency by Governor John Bell Edwards on July 8th, 2020, and that granting was to grant his sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. He received a recommendation from the Louisiana Pardon Board on September 17th, 2018. The basis of this recommendation to the governor was the victim was very supportive. Very rarely do we see the victim in a first-degree murder case unopposed. He is the co-founder of Malachi Dad. He had a low risk assessment score, and he had a favorable recommendation from Warden Bernard. Disciplinary record. Mr. Morse has 60 plus disciplinary write-ups on his record, even though he had a rocky start. His last disciplinary write-up was August 20th of 2011, some 9 years ago. And it took him a while to get it straight, but I think he got it straight, and he's been write-up free for the last 9 years. Keith, have you completed any programs since your pardon hearing?
I hadn't completed any programs, Mr. Roche, but I have been facilitating life skill classes through the reentry program since the COVID shutdown. We continue to do them in the dorm. So I'm the facilitator of RDAP, which is a residential drug treatment program, and Inside Our Dad.
Outstanding. Warden Bernard, do you have any comments, observations, or
Yes,
remarks?
sir. I do. I'd like to say a few things about Keith. I've known him basically his entire time here. He came here when he was 19 years old. He did have a rocky start. But when Keith changed his life, he took advantage of everything that we had to offer. He's graduated from NOBTS. He's a mentor to these young guys. He's a leader in our prison. I'm proud to say, you know, Keith is a man of integrity, and I would not mind him being my next door neighbor.
And that's one of the best recommendations that anyone can give. Thank you, Warden Bernard.
Yes, sir.
If he's granted today, he will be granted the Louisiana Parole Project. And then I think after he finishes his transition period, he will return home to his wife. Is that correct, Keith?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, that completes my interview with Mr. Morse.
All right, Ms. Wise.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Wise.
I'm gonna be, I want to talk about the program that you are starting called Beloved. Was it Bridge to Enhance Lives of Victims and Offenders?
Education dialogue.
Sir?
It's a nonprofit organization my wife and I started. It's an acronym. The name of it is Beloved Community, and it's an acronym that stands for the Bridge to Enhance the Lives of Offenders and Victims through Education and Dialogue.
All right. I see. What I read didn't have all the letters in it. I was wondering what they were. So thank you. But I really love the mission statement that you want offenders to understand the magnitude of the hurt they cause their communities and the victims, and that's like wow. That's wow. And I want to commend you all on that work, because that's one of the areas that Department of Corrections is really reaching out on and helping. And it is a bridge do need to be built, and I just want to commend you on that. And I want to commend Mr. Nordak. He's been able to talk his influence, I'd say, for the individuals to go through Louisiana Parole Project and not just go straight home. I want to commend you for the patience and the restraint that takes. But and we always say on this board, you're interested in getting out, but we're interested in you staying out and taking this time, this step on the other side and staying in the parole project is a big step in that way. That means it leans more toward you be successful in staying out. And I just want to comment on that. And also Dale Strawberry wrote a letter of recommendation for you. I just wanted to state that on the record. That's all I have.
All right. And tell me again, you're going to the parole project, and that's the plans. And then what are your plans to work after that?
Well, the parole project is going to help me get a job. Currently, my wife, I'll be working with my wife's cousin. She has her own veterinarian clinic. So I'll be the custodian there for the time being until the parole projects help me get a job. But my long-term goal is to run the nonprofit organization that we have, to get it funded and be a community asset with the nonprofit organization. That's my long-term goal. I know it won't happen overnight, but that's what I'm looking forward to doing.
And you have family, you're a twin, is that correct? You have a twin brother?
Yes, sir.
You stay in contact with him?
No, my twin brother is currently incarcerated. I hadn't really had any communication with him since my incarceration. So I'm really looking forward to the opportunity getting out and kind of pouring into his life, because me and my brother kind of like polar opposites. We took completely different paths in our incarceration, and he's still making a lot of bad decisions. So I'm prayerful that maybe my influence can help him get on the right track.
Great. All right, we'll hear from Dr. Morse now. Christine Morse.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Kristen Morse. I'm the wife of Keith Morse. I have with me my parents, Alan and Sandra Antoine, here and also in support of Keith and his rehabilitation and coming home. I'd like to thank the board. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. I want to thank I want to thank Governor Edwards for signing his paperwork and for taking that diligence to look through it and see beyond just the surface. And everybody who's on here, we have a lot of people that's watching right now who are our support system that are not just family. We have a lot of family, but we have a lot of friends as well. I wanted to try to talk about support because I know that's one of the most important things that with Keith, if he's available, if he's able to come out. I currently am an assistant principal in East Baton Rouge Parish School System. So he has a stable home with a financial stability to come to. He has everything he needs here to have a fresh start. I live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, so he will be here in Baton Rouge. And we have some family support. My parents drove here from New Iberia, Louisiana on last night so they could be here this morning, just so that they could sit here on this Zoom call. But not only do I have my immediate family, we have a large extended family who have met Keith through phone calls, and some visiting the rodeo, and everyone has fallen in love with him and is ready to support us in any way we need. We have a friend support system who we actually had a prayer call last night, who are open and willing to help us with anything that we need, supporting our marriage. We're looking at marriage counseling as well, because we know there's going to be difficult in any situation when someone is coming together, especially him coming out of prison and me being here all this time alone. So I'm ecstatic about the parole project. I couldn't be more happy that he's gone into that program. I think that's an awesome opportunity. Nordyke, thank you for accepting him into the program, because it's going to be a wonderful transitional 3 weeks for both, not only for him, but for me as well, for our family. I think my husband is what rehabilitation should look like. I think that he's a model, and he shows that the Louisiana Department of Corrections can work for you. It can work if you take advantage of all of the things that they have to offer. And he has taken advantage of everything that was put in front of him. And now he's at a position where he's showing that from coming from being, at the bottom to where he is today. And I think that show talks a lot about his character. As a family, we will not let him fail. Family and friend network, he is here. When he comes here to us, he will not fail. And that's pretty much all I have to say. But thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hunley.
Andrew Hunley, Louisiana Parole Project. We are happy to accept Keith into our program because of who Keith is. We have a lot of confidence in Keith's ability to transition into society in a way that he will improve the lives of the community. Keith mentioned, in addition to, our programming and our services that we provide all of our clients, specific to Keith, he has some big goals. And, as far as his goal to eventually transition one day into leading that nonprofit full time, of course, from Louisiana Parole Project's perspective, we are formerly incarcerated people who built a nonprofit organization. So certainly we would be very happy to mentor Keith from our experience and what works and what doesn't work. And I'm certain that if anyone can pull it off, it is Keith. And furthermore, Keith's been a mentor in prison. We're not only excited to have Keith as a client for our organization, but also part of our model is once our clients are in the community and are successful, that they help mentor the men and women who come home behind them. And, Keith will continue to be a mentor for years to come. We have no doubt of that. But we look forward to working with Keith immediately upon his release, providing them housing. And then when he moves on with Kristen and family, we will continue to be a resource for him. Thank you.
All right, Keith, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the board for giving me this opportunity. 27 years of prison and not knowing if I would ever be here to redeem myself, living in condemnation for 20 years. You know, it's a humbling experience to be here, and I understand that this has nothing to do with me being entitled to anything. It's all about mercy and grace. So I want to thank the board for this opportunity, and if given the opportunity. And my wife said that they won't let me fail. Well, the truth of the matter is I won't let myself fail. I'm thankful for their support, but I need to do this for me. And all the things that I've done up to this point, I intend, to take them in society with me. I've been very effective dealing with programming here in Angola, and I want to take that experience in society with me. And I'm thankful to Andrew for giving me the opportunity to mentor me in that process. But I really think I'm ready. I'm humbled to have this opportunity. I'm thankful to be here. And I promise you that if this board gives me a favorable recommendation and grants me my release, that I won't let you down.
Thank you. Mr. Nordyke would like to make a statement.
I have no doubt of Keith's success upon release. There's no question in my mind that between his wife and the parole project, he's going to do very, very well. Mr. Roche has again covered everything. The only thing I didn't hear him say is that Keith has a bachelor's degree from NOBTS. So in the event that Mr. Roche didn't say that, I will put that on the record. With that, I ask for his parole to the parole project.
Right, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Roche.
Mr. Chairman, and Keith, based upon positive remarks and recommendation from Warden Bernard, and he gave you the best possible recommendation anybody could. He said you could be his next door neighbor. You also have support from your in-laws. I received a very fine letter of support from Ms. Sandra and Mr. Allen supporting you, and where their daughter in their hearts, if they support you, it's because you have treated their daughter in such a way that you have gained their support. And that's important to me. So based on all those, I grant your request for early release. Upon release, you are to have no contacts with the victim's family. You are to have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You are to do community service with at-risk youth 5 hours monthly, and you are to maintain full-time employment throughout the duration of your supervision. Good luck, Keith.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Wise.
Mr. Morris, I just want to commend you on the work that you've done. We didn't mention your son. You have a son that's like 26 or 27 that you're going to have some hands-on with in addition to your brother. So your work is really cut out for you in your own family as you broaden out to other people. But I'm taking a look at your father-in-law. He don't look like he play either. So I just want you to know, dude, she look like she might be a daddy's girl. So, But my vote is to grant as well for the reasons I already stated. And if you don't take nothing else with you, and times are going to get hard. The warden, he knows you. He knows you since you were 19 years of age. He said that you are a leader and you're the kind of man he wouldn't mind having as a neighbor. So take that with you and continue to walk that way, in addition to all the other things that you're going to do. I just commend you on the work. And your wife's, this is the second time today that somebody stated that the programs, the journey at LSP is available to you if you want to take advantage of it. And obviously you did. Best wishes to you, sir. I concur with the condition stated.
All right, you have 2 votes to grant your parole today. Also, I'm going to vote to grant your parole today for the work you've done, for good programs, positive institutional record, positive comments of the warden. You have a great transition plan. You'll be released for curfew from 9 p to 6 a. You'll have no contact with the victim's family. You'll be released to the parole project. You have community service 5 hours per month. And is there anything else, Mr. Roche, missing on the stipulations?
I think you've covered everything, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so you understand those stipulations?
Yes, sir.
All right, 3 votes to grant. Your parole's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Atlanta. Atlanta? All right, ready for our next case?
This is a case for Greg Cormier, DOC 109281. We have Keith Nordyke, attorney, Jacob Johnson, who's the first assistant ADA at Calcasieu. With him, we have Jacob Aber, who's a victim.
All right. Please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
He can't, I've got his aide that kind of looks after him most of the time. He's
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Kelsey, this is Keith Nordyke. Can I speak for just a second?
Sure.
Mr. Cormier fell off of a truck about 12 years ago, suffered extensive brain damage. Since that time, about 2 years ago, he suffered a very significant stroke. He is ipsilateral paralyzed on one side, and he has no speech left. I have been able to communicate with him solely by head nods, yes and no. So I give that to you for what it's.
Okay, so you'll communicate. We'll ask you questions here today.
You certainly may. I have met with him in his dorm before the COVID crisis hit, and I know what his wishes are. We're not seeking release to the community here today. We are seeking release to Villa Feliciana only.
Thank you. All right. Gregory Cormier, DOC number 109281, first class offender. Eligibility date 5/21/2004. Good time date 1/20/2041. Full term date 5/11/2098. 115 years. Let's see what we have. Second degree murder, crime against aggravated crime, armed robbery. Okay. We'll let Ms. Wise discuss this today. Go ahead, Ms. Wise.
All right. Good morning. Warden, you said he has an assistant there with him? Did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of a? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. All right. So, Warden, can you give us any comments that you want to make about Mr. Cormier?
Well, presently he lives in a medical dorm, as Mr. Nordyke explained to you. You know, he's basically not able to do anything, and he has to have care. When he was active and well, he was a lawnmower mechanic, small engine mechanic for us through the years, and that's about all I've got to add.
All right, thank you, Warden. I do want to state on the record, as some of the part of the information that we've received indicates that there is law enforcement opposition to his release, and there's strong victim opposition to his release. And I just want to state that on the record. And there seemed to be and classification. You all help me with this. There was a need for sex offender treatment. He's never had sex offender treatment. Is that correct?
Oh no, we've looked.
Was his initial charge a sex offense and a crime of violence? if it was, he would not be.
Aggravated crime against nature.
Is that what he was convicted of?
Yeah, seemed like I read.
Offender treatment. That would be recommended.
Oh, yeah, okay. And so, and he has not had an opportunity to take that out, from what I've reviewed.
And if there's a refusal.
If he hadn't had it before, Ms. Wise, he's not gonna be able to take it now.
That's correct, that's correct. But I didn't, okay, but that was I just saw that he needed that, okay, and so your record showed that he refused it, like you said, when he had the opportunity to.
Our record shows he refused it, Ms. Wise.
Thank you, sir. And I do want to stay on the record that as a part of his evaluation, he came out as a good in terms of his institutional adjustment. I just wanted to state that on the record. That's all I had. One other question. Has classification approved Villa? Is that something you're going to pursue after today outcome?
That would be medical.
That would be medical.
So we haven't pursued it yet. We're just going to wait and see what happens today and then pursue it.
Well, if they grant to medical, if y'all grant him to a medical facility, then we will see about getting him there to a vet.
Okay, gotcha. That's what I wanted to make clear and put on the record. Thank you. That's all I had, Chairman.
Warden or somebody there could help. What is this functional level? I mean, what kid can't do? Is he wheelchair bound? Can he ambulate? What's going on?
Yeah, he can't walk. He can stand for a couple minutes, but for a small amount of time. He has to have basically help to shower.
Right.
Help feed himself.
He can feed himself, but he does have to have help when he can't stand over 5 minutes at a time alone by himself, or he will fall and hurt himself, which he has done in present time before. So he has to be assisted after 5 or 10 minutes. You can't leave him alone with nothing at all.
Yeah, round the clock care he needs.
Right.
He lives in the medical dorm.
Okay. Mr. Roche, you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions.
Okay. Now we will hear from ADA's office, please. Take mute off. Have to take the mute off. The mute's on.
You can hear me now?
Can.
Speak up. Okay. I'm Jacob Abear. I'm the second child of Esther O'Connor, the lady that Mr. Cormier attacked, he and his accomplice. Me, my sister, my brother here, my ex-wife. My ex-wife and I were the first just to give you an overview of what Mr. Cormier done. My ex-wife and I were the first to arrive on scene of the morning of the crime. We saw the devastation this person did. We saw the injuries to our mother had sustained. My mom had been relaxing in her home. She just lay down for the night. It was about 10 p.m. on a Wednesday night. Late night, a knock came to the door and she wouldn't let them in. They were determined to get in, so they kept going around the house trying to find ways to entry until they ultimately made entry, broke into the house. She complied with everything that they demanded of her, but they didn't leave. They chose to stay there and abuse her, or we don't really know exactly how long that they were in the house. We know she laid down about 10 o'clock at night. I got a call at 1:15 in the morning. We rushed over there to find the front screen door hanging from its hinges, and the place had been broken into by he and his accomplice. My mother was nude. From her face was beginning to swell from the beating that she had received from these people, and blood covered the lower 3/4 of her body. There was stab wounds where they had repeatedly stabbed her and poked inside of her abdomen area. And they had taken the knife and from her private area upward, sliced her like they was trying to gut her. After 3 hours of being abused, or I'm assuming it was 3 hours, we don't know how long they were in there, but after the time that they spent in there, and she passed out and thinking their job was complete, they left. Apparently her blood pressure dropped low enough. And after, of course, she left the scene, she had passed out in the ambulance and they had to stabilize her so they could rush her into surgery to try and undo what they had done. The long-term effect of my mother was 10 years later, my mother began to bleed rectally and she was having abdominal pains. Adhesions had formed inside of her abdomen and because of stab wounds, and it had damaged some internal organs. And after several medical procedures, including surgery, my mother died while me, my brother, and my sister stood by and we watched helplessly. Right here is a copy of the death certificate that shows that a contributing factor to her death was stab wounds to her abdomen. This person seated before you today was the driving force behind this attack, as told to us by the investigators at the time of the Suffolk Police Department. And we have confidence in the investigators and the investigation they performed. The accomplishments that Mr. Cormier may or may not have done, these happened while he's in a controlled environment. And we feel like maybe that's the only way that he may have made any accomplishments, because he was in a controlled environment. He wasn't a child when this occurred. He was old enough to know better. He was probably about 26 years old when this occurred. He was apprehended, tried, and he was awarded 115 years for what he'd done that night. You may know if he had a juvenile record. I've heard he may have had a juvenile record. He very well may have. My worry is that his advocate will paint a favorable picture for him. I know time marches on. I mean, inmate may say I'm getting up in years. I know he's going to probably say he's in bad health, and he seems to be in bad health. He may say his parents are no longer with us. I heard his parents had passed away. He'll say he misses his parents, his mom too. Well, I miss my mom too. They went too far when they went in to rob my mom. Their actions were cruel, and it seemed as though they enjoyed and were callous in their efforts. And all this was done at the expense of my mother. I wonder at what point when you commit a crime, when does one say, this is too much? I've gone too far? When do you stop? How long before one's conscience would say, this is wrong? It's not necessarily your religious conviction or your moral convictions, but a socially acceptable behavior. I asked this panel to defend the weak, because my mom was weak that night. Sometimes confinement is all someone needs, is to keep self-control. I and my family would like Mr. Cormier to stay where he's at in a controlled environment. I'd like to thank the Suffolk Police Department for the investigation and apprehension that they've done. And I'd like to thank the Calhoun Parish District Attorney's Office for a successful prosecution in this case. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nordyke, would you like to make a statement?
Yes. We are not asking for Greg Cormier to be released to the community. I would note that the co-defendant was in fact released 2 years ago. I see somebody else preparing to speak. If they're going to speak, let me hold my comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got it. I apologize. Mr. Jacob Johnson, I apologize.
Yes, my name is Jacob Johnson. I'm the first assistant district attorney here in Calhoun Parish, and we're sharing one computer here in my conference room, so I apologize about the confusion there. I did want to express to you our office's strong opposition to release, whether it be medical or otherwise in this case. Greg Cormier, my review of the evidence shows, was the driving force. He was the attacker, the stabber in this case, who left this lady to die. Greg Cormier, I find this case, and I'll explain to you why I find it especially heinous and why the sentence that was imposed. He got a 115-year sentence. He served 36 years of that, 50 plus 50 plus 15. The aggravated crime against nature, make no mistake, today's law rightfully views that as what is a first-degree rape. He raped a cognitively deficient woman who was 51 years old at knife point. He stabbed her multiple times and he robbed her. That would today be a life without parole sentence. Because it was oral sex at that time, that gave him a 15-year sentence for aggravated crime against nature. But make no mistake, that is the nature of his crime. He knew this woman personally, and he knew that she was cognitively deficient. She had some mental impairment. She was 51 years old. He attacked her in the dark of the night at knife point and left her for dead. His crime has been especially brutal. Throughout the years, Mr. Cormier has shown a complete and total unwillingness to take any responsibility for his crime. His trial included Mr. Cormier choosing to put on a witness to lie about an alibi. Throughout the years, he's filed numerous motions totally without merit, misrepresented what happened in the trial, misrepresented his crime to the court. And I would suggest to you that if he could speak to you today, I have no reason to believe that he would do anything but misrepresent any sorrow that he's had. So far, throughout the years, Mr. Cormier has refused to accept any responsibility for his crime. He has always refused to apologize for his role in the crime. What I find very startling is that when he had the ability to, he apparently refused any sexual offender treatment while in prison. That is significantly different than his co-defendant, Mr. Owen. Mr. Owen, in later years, did apologize, was active in taking courses while in prison, and bettered himself. Greg Cormier, from what I can understand, didn't do that. Greg Cormier, make no mistake, the investigation showed is the individual who inflicted all of these stab wounds on this poor lady who was cognitively deficient, and that was a significant cause of her death. So our office and law enforcement here locally would be very opposed to parole for this individual, medical or otherwise. I understand that he has some significant issues. I respect that. However, my appreciation of Mr. Cormier's actions and his lack of remorse through the years, I don't believe would justify any modification.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Nordyke.
Greg Cormier's file is the oldest file in my office. I have been representing Greg longer than any other currently active file. It's probably over 12 years old. The information that has been presented is correct. His parents who hired me are dead. I would point out that before I was hired, I misspoke. I thought that the brain damage was only about 10 years ago. Greg had already fallen off the truck and received significant brain damage at the time I was hired, which was 2008 or 9. And I would point out that at that time, I don't believe that the Madison County sex offender program even existed at Angola in 2008 or 9. If it did, Greg certainly could not have participated in it with the frontal lobe damage and the brain damage that he had suffered at that point. I am not asking that Greg be released to the community. I am asking that his imprisonment continue down the road in the Felicianas at Villa Feliciana, a state hospital facility. And we would certainly accept a stipulation that he could not leave that facility without an order of this board. That would be an appropriate way to cabin in and corral that concern. Finally, I do seem to recall, and if I had anticipated this, I would have gone back and reviewed my hearing notes from the 4 other times I've represented Greg. But I do think he has accepted responsibility at the prior hearings. But be that as it may, he's nonverbal now. There's nothing he can do about that. And I would ask that Greg be allowed to go to Villa Feliciana only in order to live out his years. Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Nordak. Mr. Nordak, it seems that he earned some certificates in 2012. In January of 2012, he completed Cage of Rage. You was thinking 2008 or 2007 he became disabled?
I know that his brain damage, his initial brain damage, was prior to 2012. We have 2 different episodes, Ms. Wise. First, he fell off a truck and was hospitalized, I want to say 9 weeks, an exceptionally long period of time for a prisoner to be in a hospital. And my recollection of his symptoms were frontal lobish. Then, following that, 3-4 years ago, he's had a couple series, that didn't make any sense at all. He's had a couple of strokes resulting in what you see today. One side paralysis, inability to stand for any length of time, and inability to speak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I see he had hospital stays in April of 2004 for about 7 days, and then 7 of 15 to 8 of 15. And then 8 of 19 for a few days. And then June of 20. So there was a big gap between 2004 and 2015 in terms of, according to his transfer screen. So in 2012, I guess he was doing fine. He was in the hospital in 2004, and then he didn't go back until 2015.
He may have gotten out of the hospital, Ms. Wise, but he had the brain damage.
I get that. I totally get that. I totally get that. Yeah, I totally get that. All right.
If I remember right, he stayed there at NGH at Angola for an extended period of time. He may have been off campus for only 7 days, but I think he was at NGH for a very long time afterwards.
All right. I just want to get that clear. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Nordak. That's all I had, Chairman.
All right. Warden, you have any other comments?
No, sir. I don't have anything else.
All right.
I recommend an executive session so that we can discuss confidential matters related to this case.
We have a motion for executive session. Do we have a second?
Yes.
All right. Motion is second. Roll call.
Mr. Kelsey,
Yes.
Mr. Roche,
Yes.
Ms. Pearl.
Yes.
All right. We'll be back. All right, I think we're back here. Okay, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Wise.
I was on the panel on 10/19 of 17 when we voted to deny his parole at that time due to strong victim opposition and law enforcement opposition. And it appears that that is consistent to the day. So I'm going to maintain and be consistent in my vote. My vote is denied today for the same reasons. And also his refusal for treatment when he had an opportunity to get treatment. The strong victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, it's my vote to deny. That is my vote, Chair.
All right, Mr. Alvin Roche.
Mr. Chairman, based on the offender's need for medical care in a health facility, my vote is to grant his request with some stipulations. Stipulation is that he be granted to the East Louisiana Villa only. And at any time in the future, he is not eligible for housing at the villa, he should automatically be returned to Louisiana State Penitentiary.
All right. Thank you. You have one vote to deny the parole and one vote to grant the parole. Again, listen to taking everything into consideration today from the information that I have in front of me, the information that I read. You know, and I am aware of his brain injury. I'm aware of those problems. It is a little concerning that, you know, when he had an opportunity to take sex offender class, he did not take it. Obviously, his medical condition has changed. Things have changed drastically for him. So my vote today would be a vote to grant him to the Villa Feliciana as well, with the same stipulations stated by Mr. Roche. Again, you know, this is a heinous, awful crime, but as things change, you have to make decisions that we think are best. So my vote would be to grant. So it's 2 votes to grant and 1 to deny. Can Ray, Teresa, where are we on that? Is it a denial?
Because it is a violent and sex offense, it would be a deny.
So 2 votes to grant, 1 vote to deny. Today, your parole's been denied. Thank you. Thank you for being.
Thank you.
They probably had a lot of people they had to get online.
All right. We're ready for the next case.
This is a case for Craig Parent, DOC 117529. We have Randy Meyer, Jefferson ADA, who will not be speaking. Josephine Valanco, who's a victim, who will be speaking. Philip C. Casio, who's the attorney. Kernan Han, who is a friend who would like to speak. Danny Martin, who's a friend who would like to speak. David Wolf, Jefferson ADA, who will be speaking. And Geraldine Lambert, who's a victim, who will be speaking.
All right. Please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
My name is Craig Parent, 117529, sir.
Craig, my name is Brennan Kelsey. Along with me is Mr. Alvin Roche. Mr. Carl Wise, I'll explain the process to you. I'll read some information to the record. We'll have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Just a little housekeeping for today, just so everybody knows, we'll have a parole hearing today where we'll discuss it. There's a lot of people here, so we'll give everybody ample opportunity to speak. We'll try to cut it down to just 10 minutes per side. So if you have 2 or 3 people that need to speak, then that'll be just the allotted time frame as a whole. We'll discuss this case and this case only. We're not here to try the offender on anything that he may or may not have done. And we're going to discuss what's in the jacket and what the charges are here today. Want to make sure everybody understands that. Craig Parent, DOC number 117529, third class offender. Full eligibility date 9/2/2020. Good time date 12/18/2030. Full term date 4/22/2061. And let's see. He intimidated, impeded, and injured the witness, unauthorized entry to inhabit a dwelling, unauthorized use of motor vehicle, simple burglary, extortion, intimidate, impede, injury, witness, extortion. Again, sentencing date was October 10th, 2002. 5/6/10/5/12. The life 5, all to run consecutively. Then he was retried after that. So not eligible for good time. I mean, his good time date we've already discussed what his good time date is. 12/18/2030. Does that sound correct?
The only thing, there's only one extortion, yes, sir. I think you said. Extortion.
Okay. One extortion. It is correct. That's
yes,
correct.
sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, tell me what's going on with you, Craig. What you've been, how long have you been down? How old are you and how long have you been down?
I'm currently 58 years old. I've been down a little over 20 years, sir. I've been working, how can I say this? I'm not the person I was before. I first like to thank the board for the opportunity to bring me here today, but I'd like to really apologize to everybody that I've wronged and harmed, in my lifetime. But I'm not that individual anymore. If this board does show me some mercy and lets me out, I will try every day to be a better person. My father's 85 years old. He has a construction company. He's not doing really well on his health. He just got off of dialysis, which was a miracle in itself. And I'd like to go out there and try to be the right son that I never have been. And, I'm a mentor over the carpentry class here, re-entry mentor. I teach Votech. I've gotten several students jobs. I've tried to do as much as possible to help other people and to try to do better for myself, sir.
All right. When's the last time you had a disciplinary write-up?
I think it was 2016 or
is that right?
December of 16.
Okay, what was that for?
I was working at Gillis Long. I was doing an addition for the general at Gillis Long at the National Guard base, and one of the fertility maintenance guys called the parole board to ask him about my date, and they said they heard me in the background give him my DOC number because he wanted to attend. So they wrote me up on a 30W.
30L.
30L.
Okay. And so what's your current status there? Are you a trustee? What do you do? What?
I'm a Class A trustee.
How long you been a Class A trustee?
I think I was first given Class A trustee around 2005 or 2006. I was here. I went to the state police barracks. I worked at the governor's mansion. I worked at DOC headquarters for a while. I worked on a construction crew at DOC headquarters. I worked all over the state of Louisiana. I'm now a Class A trustee, and I'm currently quarantined on the compound. I'm helping out with the ice house, and I cut the grass. Well, of course, the grass isn't on me cutting right now. But class did start back up, so my class has started back up, sir.
Okay. What's your so you have high school diploma? Did you get a GED, or you have?
I have high school diploma, sir.
So what's your plans if you were to be released early? Where are you going to go? What you going to do? What's the plan? Well,
I've had several job opportunities, but my plan is to, spend as much time with my father as I can. I mean, he's, my mother's been deceased before I got locked up. I plan to get involved in, construction. I plan to, try to keep mentoring, keep trying to stir people from coming to prison because, each and every day you wake up in here, it's not a place to be, so.
So you're going to live back where you lived before then, I suspect. Where is that?
Well, it's Jefferson Parish, sir.
And Warden, you have any input there for us?
Yes, sir. He does very well. He is a mentor. He's certified in carpentry skills. He's only had 11 write-ups since he's been here. It's been no problem. He's taken a lot of our rehabilitation classes. He's taken a lot of them.
Good. Yeah, so I was going to ask you, Greg, what classes have you taken that's affected you, or you think that's been helpful?
Well, I took the first victim awareness class here that was instituted in Angola. I think it was like 2002 to 2000, well, maybe 2005, back there at Camp F. It was the first one they ever had here. I've taken anger management 3 times. Now, I have tried to take some of the substance abuse over, but once you take them, you have 6,500 people. You can't really take them. But I've gotten into a lot of club programs, which is a sober group here, and I've sat in a lot of meetings with the 12-step. But I've also taken pre-release. I've taken Thinking for a Change since I've been here. I've taken Inside Outside Dads, but the pandemic came, and I think I only had like 4 classes. And I took anger management, cage your age. They let me take anger management over because it was a different anger management here, so.
Okay.
But I've taken that 3 times.
Okay. All right. All right, I'll sit back and listen to my colleagues. I have no further questions. Mr. Alvin Roche.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Perron. How are you?
Sir. Good, sir. Thank you.
Good. The mentorship program at the Angola reentry program caught my eye. Tell me exactly what your daily routine is as a mentor in the carpenter program.
Okay, sir. We got a classroom, and I have a hands-on project building that I built. And in the morning, I have like 10 students. And, I start off in the morning, and we go through the different modules. And I'll have different students in different modules. And then, I take them on special projects, like they'll have a roof that needs, like I just got through helping out with the canteen roof because the hurricane blew it off. So I take the young guys, and the young guys have never had an opportunity to use a screw. They can dribble a basketball like Michael Jordan, but when they put a tool in their hand, they have, so I teach them how to use the tool. I teach them how the program works. And, that's basically what the program's about. And once they leave here with a certificate. And I would say at least the majority of my students can at least be a carpenter's helper, and some of them a carpenter. We do teach a core program too, which has got a lot of safety in it too, sir.
Mr. Perron,
Yes, sir.
you are a veteran, I would say a veteran of violent crimes. You've been arrested over 20 times.
Yes, sir.
And most of your crimes are crimes against persons. I know it's been 20 years since you arrived at Louisiana State Penitentiary. What would you say to some of your victims about the behavior you displayed when you were committing the crimes you did? And how is this Greg Perron different in 2020 than it was in the 90s?
Well, first off, I think we all do things at a younger age, and and there's no really excuse. But as I've grown older and matured, I've learned that that person was despicable. That's not the person that I was raised or taught to be, and that everybody has a right, to walk around and not be tormented or intimidated or hurt in any kind of way. And this person here, I go out of my way, to stop from getting in conflict. And I promise you that every single day that I'm going to try to be a better person. And I carry no remorse. Craig Parent put himself in prison, and I was, a menace to society. And I've learned to be, a better person. And I've tried to do everything I can to be a better person.
What program or event was a turning point in the 20 years that made you realize that you were a despicable person?
What program? Well, the victim awareness program. Victim awareness program taught me a lot. And I do have some good qualities, but I wasn't a good person. I didn't care about anybody else's feelings, and it made me think about other people. When you're on the street, you just think about yourself, and the world just ain't about Craig Parent. And when you come to prison, you realize that the world ain't about you. The world's, doing fine without you. And it's time for me to try to fit in and be a better person, and contribute to society. I'm getting caught in my.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm real nervous now, sir.
Everyone that sits in that chair is a little nervous. So basically, for the record, reassure your victims of your crimes that if released, you have nothing to worry about as far as Greg Parent is concerned.
The last court appearance, I told Mr. Wolf that I am finished, that I am through, that I promise my victims, they won't hear. I'll do my best not to get a traffic ticket. I won't roll at a stop sign. I won't speed. Nobody has nothing to worry about Craig Parent, sir. And I apologize to them, and I'm sorry that I inconvenienced their lives. And I just wish, that I could do something to prove to them that they have nothing to worry about me. Nothing at all.
Mr. Parent, your full-term date is 2061, 41 years from today.
Yes, sir.
And you will be on supervision for a very long time.
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that you cannot live a normal life?
I realize that I'm a third-class citizen, sir, that I have to walk a chalk line. And I've learned that. I've had a lot of time to think about that there's things that I can't do and say that a normal person can do, because no matter what I say or do, it's going to be wrong. I'm going to be wrong.
You can't associate with anyone that has a felony on their record. You cannot associate with any known criminal activity. You can't go to the bars with a friend for a drink. You can't go to the casino. There's a lot of things that you're gonna have to get used to. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready for that, sir. But I don't even think about bar rooms anymore. And I never really was big on casinos, sir. So I don't think about those things. I mean, it used to be a Friday night, used to be the big night. Now it comes and goes, just like our
Well,
birthday.
I'm not worried too much about casinos and bars. I'm just trying to make you realize there is a different style of life you have to get used to, because I'm almost sure, being the son of a contractor, you had all the advantages growing up, and some of those advantages will not be available to you because they will be in violation of your supervision.
Well, whatever I have to do to abide by with my whatever rules and regulations, I'm gonna stick to them.
Thank you, Mr. Perron. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Wise.
Good morning, Mr. Perry. I can't pronounce it the way as Mr. Roche pronounces it.
He was pronouncing it right. It's Perron.
Perron, okay.
Yeah, it's French, man.
All right, all right.
Thank you.
Now, according to your record, now you correct me if I'm wrong, that you admitted that you were a cocaine and alcohol user.
Yeah, I admitted to using cocaine and drinking at some
Yeah,
point.
okay. So tell me, what's your plan to stay clean and sober if you're successful today?
Well, I've had 20 years to look at that, and the urge and nothing there, and it's, you know, I haven't touched any of it in years.
So you don't have a plan to stay clean and
Well, I
sober?
plan on going to NA and you know, AA and, you know, getting involved in programs, you know.
Okay, okay. Because when you get on the other side of the gate, that's a whole different.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I realize.
Whole different thing. Okay. How many times a week were you thinking of going?
At least, you know, once or twice a week.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
either one I need to go to.
Okay. AA or NA or Celebrate Recovery, either one. Which one have you thought about?
Well, I started taking Celebrate Recovery at Hunts when I was there for a few days. That was a pretty nice program, but I got moved back to Angola. So.
Right. Okay.
I like that.
Good. And it is best that you try to get with something that you already have a like for. That's, you're gonna be more inclined to participate in it.
Yes,
because you don't know what urges are going to resurface when you get out. You don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed when you were talking to Mr. Rose, you said that each day you wake up, you're in this place and you don't need to be. And I want to make mention that your victim had to completely reorder their life for you. So speak to that for me.
Well, I didn't mean to say it. I may have misspoke. I didn't say that it didn't need to be. I said it's a place that I don't want to be, that I don't want to come back to, is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
I don't want to come back here. I mean, everything is taken away from you. Privacy, everything. I mean, it's you're no longer in control of anything. You know, I just say I may have misspoken. I apologize.
That's okay. It's okay.
It's a place. And, you know, in my drug use was, you know, a real long time ago. I just went to drinking, you know, but it was, when I was going to discos and stuff like that. But I did put in, you know, my pre-sentence investigation that he asked me if I used drugs, and I did do cocaine before.
Okay.
So
okay. But again, speak to the fact that you are in a different situation now because of prison being what it is.
Yeah,
but I want to say that your victim had to reorder her life. She's in a whole different place because of coming in contact with you, the person you were then. So what do you say to that?
Man, it's a shame that I even, you know, I mean, I should have walked away like a man, and I was childish, and it's a shame that she has to feel like that. And I prayed to God. I'm really, you know, sorry that these things happen between me and my ex-girlfriend, to put her in that situation. And I can just apologize. I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all right. Thank you, sir. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can get some folks here. I guess we'll hear from a supporter here first. I mean, I guess Mr. Hand, would you like to make a statement? Take the mute off, please. Okay. No, nope. You had it for a second. It's off now.
Am I okay now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for letting me address the board. By way of introduction, I was in the legislature for approximately 3 terms as a state representative, and I was a judge in Jefferson Parish for 15 years, retired in 2009. And since then, I've been an administrative law judge for approximately 5 years with the parish of Jefferson, and I'm a city court judge in the city of Kenner at present, from 2015 to present. And I've known Craig Parent for many years before he went to prison. I've known him for about 30 years, approximately, altogether. Of course, I've stayed in touch with Craig during this period of time where he's been incarcerated. And I've seen the changes in Craig. I've met with him, we've had visits, we talk on the telephone occasionally, and I've stayed up connected with Craig, and I know he's a changed person. All these things he's told you, I truly believe that he is the person he says he is now. And I know he's changed from his prior lifestyle, just due to my visits, conversations with him, conversations with other people. And I know he harbors no ill feelings toward anyone now, either his victim or the victim's mother. I know he's no danger. I truly believe that. He is no danger to them. He has totally rehabilitated himself through the system. When he was very involved with the Impact program way back when it was in effect, I went and spoke. I went and helped with the graduation ceremonies. I saw the changes in Craig, and they were gradual. This is over 20 years. I saw the changes in Craig. I know recently he's involved in the reentry program, and he's been working with young people and doing a fabulous job. He's been a trustee for a long time. I intend to stay involved with Craig with Celebrate Recovery at my church, the Vineyard Church in Kenner. I plan to mentor him and help him in other ways. I think he has employment lined up with his father, who is ill and, like he said, 85 years old, his father, Norman Parent, with his construction company. And I know he has a place to live, and I think he's totally committed to be a good citizen. I really do. I think he's going through criminal menopause, and I really truly believe that he can really contribute to society if this board would see fit to allow him to return. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Martin.
It's Martini.
Martini, okay, I didn't see it on there. Mr. Martini, apologize.
Not a problem. I just want to speak briefly. I knew Craig before he got in trouble, but when he was just a young boy working out at the same health club where I worked out. But where I really got to know him, I was a member of the Louisiana legislature. Actually, I followed Skip Hand into the House. And I became after being there for 2 years, I was chairman for 8 years of the Criminal Justice Committee. I was very instrumental in a lot of the laws that we passed, most of which were very good. One of the bad ones that and I don't want to say bad, but we passed 3 strikes and you're out, but we did not limit them to, we said any 3 felonies and you go to jail, for the rest of your life. No parole, pardon, whatever. After experience with the effects of that law for a couple of years, we said, we really meant to make it 3 violent crimes, 3 crimes of violence. And I will tell you, and I heard you read off the list of charges against him. Of the three charges that I believe he was sent to jail on, was the only one that was at any point in time a crime of violence was the extortion law, which is no longer a crime of violence. We were smart in that several years. Unfortunately, Craig got caught in the middle because we went back and reversed it and we fixed it, and we made it the three strikes had to be violent crimes. Unfortunately, there was a group of people who were stuck in the middle there, and Craig was one of them. Now, he served 20 years. I understand. I'm not here to tell you that back 20 years ago, he was the greatest guy in the world, but I pretty much lived with him for the last, I was there for 25 years, but both as the chairman of criminal justice in the House and as chairman of the Judiciary B Committee in the Senate. I firmly believe what he's telling, and I would double down on what Skip Hand just told you. I'd also point out to you that the lieutenant governor of the state, Billy Nungesser, called me last night, and we told him he could not testify because there was only three of us. But he said, please tell them if his father if he doesn't have a job with his father, I have a job with him working at State Park, and he vouches for him 100%. And while I'm not here to justify any of the crimes that he was involved in, I am here to tell you, I think had he been convicted under the law as it is now, we wouldn't be having this hearing. He would have been out of jail by now. So I strongly recommend, I strongly support his efforts, and I, along with Mr. Skip Hand, are more than willing to mentor as he goes along. Although I firmly believe that he is reform and he's entitled to this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now let's see. The next person support is is Ms. Lambert. Is that the next one?
I'm going to leave.
Are you okay?
Lambert is a victim, Mr.
Go
Kelsey.
ahead. Victim, yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf. I thought there was one more.
No, sir. I was going to just advise that Ms. Lambert is in opposition. She is actually the victim in this particular case, but she would like to speak.
This is Phil Ciascio.
Hold up, hang on just a second. We'll get Mr. Ciascio. We'll get one more supporter in, and then we'll come to you guys, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Mr.
Ciascio. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent Craig Parent. I've been representing him for a number of years, and we've been before the parole board on 2 occasions before this. This is the 3rd time. Judge Hand and Danny Martini have expressed similar thoughts that I was going to express to you today, but I also wanted to point out some statements that were made about Mr. Parent that go directly to his moral character and fitness, in my opinion, to be seriously considered to be paroled this date. And I want to refer to 4 individuals who spoke, who testified at his resentencing hearing on February 6th of this year. And all 4 of these individuals are state employees who are fairly high up in the chain of command. Rick Harvey, who has been the maintenance manager for the Department of Corrections and was directly involved in working with Mr. Parent from 2011 to 2016, testified that he was a trustworthy, skilled, and competent worker, and he was extremely dependable. Major Brian Hutchinson, who Craig had worked with at the Gillis Long Center, testified that he was a talented and exemplary inmate. Jamie Barr, who is the superintendent of maintenance at Angola, he testified that Craig was competent and a qualified member who rebuilt Louisiana School for the Deaf. And more importantly, Warden Gary Young testified that Craig was chosen to be a mentor to the prisoners for the reentry program He said that he shows exceptional good behavior and had a very good behavior record. He said that he had very good leadership qualities. And finally, he said that Craig was an example of moral rehabilitation today that they have put in place at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Now, I know what happened 20 years ago was a terrible, terrible event for these victims, for the victim and the victim's mother. We can't change what happened 20 years ago, but Craig can change since he's been in prison, and his record and the statements made by these individuals indicate that he truly has changed. And he now, as far as I can tell, has exhibited what this board should consider. First of all, he is not a danger to the public. He has not been involved in any fights at Angola, has never been written up for anything of any violent nature at Angola or any of the state facilities. And he is qualified and has a skill that will make him successful when he gets out of prison. And that is, he's a carpenter, he's a contractor, and he can continue to do those things outside of prison with his father, and if need be, work for the lieutenant governor in the state lieutenant governor's office. So based on these things, I would ask that the board seriously consider giving him parole to the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Wolf, would you like for me to call on Ms. Lambert or Ms. Josephine first, or would you like to make your statement?
I'd like to go ahead and let Ms. Lambert and Ms. Polanco speak first, and then I'll follow up if that's okay with the board.
Great. Ms. Lambert, would you like to make a statement?
Uh-oh, I don't know what's happening.
Oh, we can hear you. You can make a statement. Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead and make a statement.
I'm gonna beg the parole board to please not let him out. Look at that big, huge guy. He cannot control himself in regular society. He never has, and he won't again. Everything he said here today, he said to me 100 times as he was threatening to kill me repeatedly. I'm trying to look at some notes, but I'm gonna start off by saying that if y'all let him out, me and my children at the very least will die almost immediately, and you won't be able to catch him. Do you know why? Because he has friends in high places like Skip Hand and Danny Martini, and now the lieutenant governor. Craig Parent was doing bad. I don't know about the lieutenant governor, but for these guys, Craig Parent was out there doing bad things for them. They're crooked and corrupt, and that's why it was so hard for him to go to jail. That's why he kept getting deals cut that allowed him to do this to me. While he did this to me, while he was either on parole or probation for doing something to somebody else. So y'all are good people, and regular society wants to think, you know, okay, that's a deterrent for normal people. He's not a normal person. He thinks it's a joke. He thinks it's funny, and he's conning all of you. Being on parole will not stop him from hurting more innocent people. He can't control himself. In prison, he's doing good things, and that is good. It's very good. It's very, very good. But he needs those bars to keep other people safe. You take off those bars, and he's an animal again. Literally an animal. The police couldn't get there fast enough to stop his body, not a tool, nothing. His physical body, you see how big he is, breaking through like a bull, my door. It was Jesus that saved us that night. Only Jesus. And so many other times before, waiting outside of my house with a friend to kill me because I was going to testify against him. He has no fear. He has no fear. And, you know, there were tons of other charges that I'm going to address this because.
Yeah, go ahead. Make your statement based on your charges. We're not going to discuss charges that may or may not be involved in an ongoing investigation. So go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, but what I'm going to say is relevant because Danny Martini just said, well, if Craig Parent would have been sentenced right now, he wouldn't go to jail for the life. Well, there were a lot of other charges that he just was not billed for because there were so many at the time and he was going to get life. So that's a misstatement of the truth. He should be in jail for life. And I was promised at the risk of my life. And so many other victims refuse to come forward because they know he's going to keep getting out of jail. I'm here because I know I'm going to die if y'all let him out. And worse than me, my children. I'm going to remind y'all of some of the things he said to me, just so you can know what you're dealing with. He would cut up my child and send him piece to piece to me. Piece to piece, cut up my small little baby. And did he mean it? Oh, yes. He was leaving dead animals, decapitated animals on my doorstep. He's been history of that kind of thing. Another thing he told me was that he would kill me and lock my child in the room with me with my rotting body. And you know what? He means it. This is the kind of guy. Parole helps a lot of people. Prison rehabilitates a lot of people. But this guy is not a normal person. He's some kind of psychopath. And the thing is that he doesn't think like regular people. Those bars are the only thing that's keeping anyone else safe. That's my worry. And so great, he's doing good in prison. Please let him stay there where he can help people and help the young people. I want to share also with the parole board this stuff about he's going to come out and be a contractor. That's how I met him. That's how he targets his victims. I was introduced through him from another attorney who heard me saying I was going to renovate my home. As an attorney myself, I was unable to distinguish him as a criminal or having a criminal mind because he's such a psychopath. He acts like a lovely, charming. You see how nice and charming and humble and sweet and gentle he seems? No, it's a trick. He uses his construction to get new victims, and not just women, men and families. So him being freed to be able to go into the construction site is you all feeding him a whole new, he's only 58 years old, 20 years worth of new victims. Now he's got the lieutenant governor protecting him, legislators, judges, everything else protecting him. Y'all will never get this animal back off the street. He cannot control himself. In our trial, the things he was saying to you, he was saying, oh, I wish, this girl talking about me, she's lying, she's lying, she's lying. I wish my ex-wife was here. She'll tell you the truth because this girl's just lying. Well, you know what? She was another one of his victims, barely lived through that. And she's terrified to come testify anymore. I'm the last one standing. I am begging you all that parole, let me just please look at my notes again because my children need me. And you know what? It is commendable that he's had no fights in prison, Mr. Ciascio, but that's because he's around other grown men who he can't hurt. He picked me up by the back of my sweatshirt off my feet with one arm. That's how strong he is. That's just one example. He's not fighting in prison because he knows he's going to be up against other big, strong men. And that if he does it to the weaker men, he's going to get in trouble from the prison guards. So good, prison is keeping him from fighting. Good. That's good, because one punch from that guy, you're done. Done. You see his size. As far as his drug and alcohol thing, I can tell you that when he was doing this stuff to me, which lasted for, I think, about a year, because I couldn't get it to stop, because they kept letting him out of prison or jail, whatever. Even though he had the ankle thing on, they kept letting him out because he's connected. Is this someone any of us want on the street when he's shown that he's going to do this again? I mean, setting fires, killing people, It's in his record. Please look, I'm begging you not to, and he is a danger to the public. He's
All
a
right.
huge, he's the worst kind of danger because he doesn't look like a criminal. He's not the thug walking down the street at night that you know to cross the street. No, he's coming at you like a businessman. And
All
the
right,
stuff about his father,
All right, Ms. Lambert, let's go ahead and wrap up.
no, he did not take care of his father. He stole from his father. He was bad from his father. He's using his father to get your sympathy when really he's horrible to his father. And it's every reason that they've given, it's actually the opposite. He was not on drugs when he did these things. So good that he got drug help, but that's not the cause. The cause is his mind, his wicked, evil, cunning mind. He has never been out of trouble. He has never stopped hurting people. I'm begging you for myself and my family, and not just for us, because if he kills us and y'all don't catch him, he's gonna continue to do it to other people, innocent people. He doesn't like waking up in prison every day. I can't sleep still because I know he's a trustee. What if he gets out? I'm looking around still all the time. I'm looking around on the street, and so is every other victim he's ever had. So it's please, this is not the kind of guy that parole is set for. He will continue hurting other people, starting with us. I am begging you.
All right,
Please.
thank you, Ms. Lambert. Thank you for your comments. Ms. Blanco, would you like to have a statement? Take your mute off.
Yes.
Okay,
And good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning to everybody. Seems I come seems like I come like all the time to do this. And I know that my letter is in the records. However, I'm going to read my letter again because I think y'all are all new faces. My name is Jo Blanco. I am the mother of Agia Lambert, as well as a licensed clinical social worker who is qualified as an expert in the field of domestic violence. I'm speaking not only as a mother, but as a professional who works with domestic violence offenders. Please let it be known that I am vehemently against the parole or release of Craig Parent. Craig Parent cannot, and will not be rehabilitated. His history is that of a fellow who is extremely violent. When I first met Craig Parent, he presented himself as an ordinary, nice person. I consider this to be the entrapment period. At first, as time progressed, his true pathology became apparent. For you, the parole board, and the general public, he will present himself as a great guy who's been completely misunderstood and falsely accused. One certain fact that we who work in the world of domestic violence knows is the perpetrator of domestic violence always claims to really be the victim or the accuser. Perpetrators are highly manipulative individuals and are able to convince most people that they are really great guys who have been wronged. However, Craig Parent is not only a violent person in his personal relationships, he is proven to be violent anytime he doesn't like what is happening or what someone is doing. During the period of time that Craig Parent terrorized my family, we lived in debilitating fear that he would hurt or kill us. His threats still haunt me. Craig Parent threatened to break the legs of my elderly mother, hurt my young grandson and my family members, my daughter and myself. Craig Parent's abusive behaviors resulted in bruises all over my daughter's body, damage to her home and personal belongings, instilled terror, and resulted in depression and anxiety. His attempts to isolate her from her family and her friends was initially successful under his tactics, until his tactics escalated and others started to intervene to protect her. We learned to fear the ringing of the telephone because of his calls. On one evening in particular, he called my home and informed me that he could see me and was watching me. And he then told me, "You think you know fear? You haven't seen fear until you live the fear that my family members and I lived for months. You will never understand how the fear continues to have a life of its own." For months, my daughter and my young grandson lived with me and slept in the bed with me because of the threats and fear instilled in us by Craig Parent. We all took advanced courses in self-defense. We all lived in a hyper-vigilant state of awareness, always looking over our shoulders. We never drove straight to our destinations, but took twists and turns to assure that we were not being followed. During the period of time that Craig Parent threatened my family, the Harahan Police, the Orleans Parish Law Enforcement Agency, and Jefferson Parish personnel were extremely fast in responding to us because they fully understood the danger that Craig Parent posed. After Craig Parent's conviction, a group of law enforcement personnel told me that every time they were contacted, they were expected to find the dead bodies of my daughter and my little tiny grandson. Craig Parent, as expected of sociopaths, presents as very likable and trustworthy individual, a nice young man. In reality, he is a vicious wolf in lamb's clothing. This is the very person who has put 2 contracts out on my daughter's life. He is a deadly threat to my family. The thought that he would be considered, much less granted parole or release, has brought all of the horrible fears and memories back to the forefront of my mind and heart. I'm begging you not to release Craig Parent. I'm begging you as a mother and a grandmother to keep this violent criminal behind bars and away from my family and society. There is no doubt in my mind that Craig Parent will come after my family members as he promised he would. Please, please don't release him. In releasing him, you're placing my family in intimate danger. I would like to add, this is not in my letter, and I understand that there are powerful people who are backing him, who have been lifelong friends of his family. And Craig, it sounds like he really is doing well in prison. And what I have found is that in a highly structured environment, people like Craig do well. But once released in the street in the freedom of society, they can't deal with it. Thank y'all very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wolf?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let me introduce myself to you. My name is David Wolf, and I've been a prosecutor for over 30 years now, first in Orleans Parish and for the last 23 plus in Jefferson Parish. I want to thank you all today for holding the hearing and considering the testimony given by Agia Lambert and her mother, Josephine Blanco. I hope you've also had the opportunity to read the letters and other documents that Randy Meyer has supplied to the board. First up, I just want to say, I hope y'all have been watching Craig Parent's demeanor during the testimony, as I have, because his demeanor certainly changed from when he and his proponents were presenting to when Agia Lambert and her mother started to talk, because he became very bored and disinterested and rolled his eyes a few times when they testified. And I hope you saw that. I first became involved in this case over 20 years ago. At that time, I was the supervisor of the domestic violence and child abuse units in Jefferson Parish. I received a phone call from a prominent defense attorney who I had practiced against in Orleans Parish. I know Mr. Parent has a conspiracy theory that we were once co-workers and he called me as a co-worker. The defense attorney in question had left the Orleans Parish DA's office while I was still in law school. But we had met in court on opposite sides during a homicide case. Anyway, this attorney called me and he said that he had grave concern for a public defender, Ajia Lambert, who had gotten involved with a client of the public defender's office, Craig Parent. They had been introduced by another public defender. Craig Parent was on an ankle bracelet at that time. And as Ms. Lambert stated, she was looking to make a purchase and a renovation of a home. She was introduced to Mr. Parent, who assisted her, helped her out. They became friends. They became romantically involved. And shortly thereafter, she saw the other side of him, a side that y'all have not had the opportunity to see. He became violent towards her, physically, verbally abusive. He made threats against her and her young son, her mother, her grandmother. He threatened to kill and dismember her and her child, dismember the child, drown her. It was the threats that I heard really were horrifying. I met with Miss Lambert. I met with other witnesses. I read the case and I looked at his prior record, which was extraordinary to me as well. And after reviewing everything, as a supervisor, generally you assign a case to be screened and later prosecuted. I screened the case myself. I filed the bill of information and I handled the case myself. We call it a vertical prosecution. I was so concerned for these folks that I did not just want to hand it off to a trial attorney assigned to a division of court. At the end of my review, I charged Craig Parent with 3 counts of intimidation of a witness, 1 count of unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, 1 count of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, 1 count of simple burglary, and 1 count of extortion, that extortion being to inflict great bodily harm or death in the exchange for money, basically an extortion for money. Also, he had threatened them, both Miss Lambert and her mother, if they went to the police, that they would die. His prior record consisted of multiple counts of aggravated burglary, battery charges on police and civilians, cocaine charges, stalking charges, and DWIs. Most of these arrests never led to formal charges, which was disturbing. The most disturbing part of his prior criminal history was, in fact, that he had been indicted March 12th, 1987 for the crime of first-degree murder. And 3 weeks later, on April 7th, 1987, this indictment for first-degree murder was reduced to an attempted armed robbery. He was sentenced to 5 years and was sent to the state police barracks where he only served 3. Now, when you hear Miss Lambert and her mother talk to you about how Craig Parent is connected, that seems to suggest that they are correct. And the record indicates that he was represented by Mr. Doug Allen, a name that you may know as a former parish president of Jefferson Parish. Other names that come to light is during his divorce from Miss Dawn Casey, who testified at trial. Mr. Parent was represented by the law firm of Lee, Martini, and Carasi. Martini, you've met Danny Martini, former senator. Lee is Harry Lee, who was sheriff of Jefferson Parish from 1980 to 2007. So yes, he's connected. So in reviewing the case and meeting with Miss Lambert, I was horrified by what I heard. He had used acts of physical violence as a foundation for intimidation and made detailed threats to kill Miss Lambert and her young son. He threatened her directly and through her mother, attempting to extort money and to prevent the victim and her mother from reporting these acts to law enforcement. Miss Lambert had actually left her home in Metairie and moved into her mother's home in Harahan because she was so frightened for herself and her young child. Mr. Parent had, after being arrested on initial charges, kept coming back, breaking into the home, making more threats, and was actually arrested several times before he went to trial. The only time he actually stayed in jail was after he was convicted. The investigation into this case led me to his ex-wife, Dawn Casey, who provided a history of similar acts of physical abuse and threats to her life perpetrated by Parent. The history of abuse against her had been documented in a diary and journal, both of which were later introduced at Parent's trial. He once told her, "I beat one murder charge, I can beat another." And I know that in his letter to the board, Randy Meyer kind of detailed the homicide that he was indicted for and that was later reduced. It was an execution style homicide where a man who I believe the victim was 6'3" had an entrance wound from the backside of his head above the ear down through the eye. So he was on his knees and executed. The homicide, from the reports that were read, stemmed from a cocaine deal gone bad. So as Ms. Lambert indicated, she testified at trial and Craig Parent testified that she's lying. I would never do this to her. I would never do this to any woman. That's just not who I am. And we had Dawn Casey, the ex-wife, in the wings waiting to come in and testify. Not only that he's a liar, but these are the things that he did to me and I documented them for years. My investigation also led to Mel Robarts. Mel Robarts was an individual who needed a house built. And again, as Ms. Lambert indicated, Mr. Parent used his skills as a contractor to bring in another victim. He began to build the house on St. Mary Street. He became in there was a dispute over finances with Mel Robarts, and Parent told Mel Robarts, "You don't know who you're dealing with. You've got a lot to lose on St. Mary Street." Shortly thereafter, the fire was set on St. Mary Street. There was an arson investigation. It was declared arson. No arrests were ever made. Mr. Robarts testified at trial, and I can still recall him shaking from the witness stand as he testified. During Mr. Parent's trial on the charges I filed, 2 inmates testified that Parent had offered money to kill Ms. Lambert while he was awaiting trial. Just as I had been contacted by a defense attorney early on in the screening stage of the case, while I was preparing for trial, I received a letter from an inmate advising me that Craig Parent had offered him money to kill Ms. Lambert to prevent her from testifying. I met with this inmate. He seemed legitimate to me. He was concerned for her safety, but he was also concerned that if Ms. Lambert was killed, that he would be blamed for the murder. He also introduced me to a second inmate who Mr. Parent had offered him money as well to kill Ms. Lambert. So 2 inmates testified at trial that Craig Parent had offered them money to kill Ms. Lambert to prevent her from testifying at trial. And when Ms. Lambert tells you that there are other charges that he was never prosecuted on, solicitation to commit murder was never charged. We were on the verge of trial and we introduced it in other ways. One inmate testified as other crimes evidence. The other inmate testified on rebuttal because Mr. Parent lied to the court and said, "Oh, I would never offer anybody any money to kill anybody." So we had a second inmate testify in rebuttal. After the trial in which Mr. Parent testified, he was convicted as charged of all counts. The trial judge, Judge Mel Zeno, sentenced Parent to the maximum sentence allowed for each crime, with all the sentences to be run consecutively. A multiple bill was filed, and Mr. Parent was initially sentenced to 30 years on the extortion, consecutive with everything else, which led to added up to 73 years. We then reminded the court that under the new multiple offender law, that the extortion was now a life sentence, and he resentenced Mr. Parent to life, with every sentence being run consecutive. When Mr. Martini says that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the life sentence, that's incorrect. Mr. Parent actually had a 73-year sentence before it was amended to life. The victims that testified at Craig Parent's trial did so because they knew if he was convicted, as charged, he'd be facing a mandatory life sentence and they would be safe. So they took that risk because the alternative would be, if I don't testify, he's on the street and our chances aren't good. Mr. Parent's unsuccessfully attacked both the trial proceedings and the sentence for many years in the court, and he was unsuccessful. He then solicited Senator Danny Martini to assist him in changing the law, and that's exactly what happened. Senator Martini sponsored law that eventually led to Mr. Parent's life sentence being vacated. The state Supreme Court of In Rel Esteem, a case I'm sure y'all are familiar with, allowed the judge to then resentence. So on May 21st of 2020, we had a hearing, as Mr. Ciascio has indicated to you. During the hearing, both Ms. Lambert and her mother testified that they are still in fear for their lives at the hands of Craig Parent, even after 20 years. Not only did they testify about the acts that Craig Parent committed almost 20 years ago, but they also testified that they had appeared in Baton Rouge on multiple occasions to testify at parole hearings in opposition to early release, with Ms. Lambert traveling from outside the United States on 2 separate occasions. They further testified, and Mr. Roche, I believe you were at this hearing, and Ms. Wise, I think you were as well. But on May 11th, 2017, during an exchange with Mr. Parent and Judge Kuhn, Mr. Parent said, "I know Ms. Lambert doesn't want anyone to know where she lives, but she filed a lawsuit against her husband and it's all over the place." Well, Judge Kuhn inquired as to what he was talking about, and Mr. Parent admitted, I know she, it just popped up. So basically, he's admitting in 2017 that he's running Ajia Lambert's name on a computer in the law library, and it just popped up. Now, I understand that people make mistakes at a young age. And I believe when Mr. Parent was indicted for first-degree murder, he would have been 23 years old. He probably knows better than me. It's probably etched in his mind. So at 23 years old, he's indicted for first-degree murder. 3 years later, he's out on the street because it's reduced in 3 weeks to attempt armed robbery. But the crimes that he committed against Miss Lambert and her mother, he would have been 38 years old. Now, maybe at 24, 23, 24, you're young. I get that. But at 38, you're a grown man. Your brain has fully developed. You know the consequences of your actions. You know what's right. You know what's wrong. So all of these horrifying things that he did leading up to his conviction, he was 38 years old. And then in 2017, he's 55. And he's on the computer stalking Ajia Lambert. That doesn't sound to me like a man who has changed. It sounds to me like a man who had the break of a lifetime at 23, 24 years old and just blew it because he continued a life of crime. He continued a life of violence, of threats, and he even used that homicide against his ex-wife, Dawn Casey. I beat one murder, I can beat another one. That doesn't sound like a man who's changed to me. And there's no write-up for that cyber stalking violation. It does not appear in his books at DOC. Now, at the hearing that Mr. Ciascio spoke of, Warden Young did testify, and he testified that Craig had, I believe, 12 write-ups, with the most recent being in 2016, where on multiple occasions from his work spot, he had military personnel call the parole board and asking questions about parole hearings. And he was overheard feeding questions to the military personnel to the parole board. Not once, multiple occasions. Captain Danny Honeycutt also testified at the hearing. He was commander of state police barracks in 2011 when Craig Parent had worked his way up to being transferred to the police barracks. He testified that under his supervision, Craig Parent's work and attitude was poor. He changed assignments for Craig to give him a fresh start. He put him in the carpentry unit, which is Mr. Parent's forte. And once he put him in the carpentry unit, Parent was written up and later kicked out of the barracks for making unwanted and unsolicited contact with a female civilian worker who was in the company of her young daughter. Captain Honeycutt testified, Parent violated well-known policies by approaching and soliciting a female civilian employee for the purpose of selling her a hobby craft, specifically a jewelry box. The female, who was in the company of her young daughter due to an inability to secure a babysitter for that day, felt so uncomfortable by Parent's repeated solicitations, she reported his actions. Again, this is in 2011. When he's in a maximum security setting, he seems to be well behaved. And he's obviously got skills as a carpenter. And when he's working around other men, he does fine. You put him around women, he's got a different personality. I believe his court record indicates, or his prison record indicates, 2 marriages. Each one of them, they were in divorce proceedings within a year. That's a red flag as well.
All right, let's wrap up, Mr. Wolf.
I will. Thank you so much. In conclusion, I would just like to read a portion of a court opinion from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal from 2002, when Mr. Parent had first been sentenced to 73 years before it was revised to life. And this is the court. In the present case, the trial court sufficiently articulated reasons for consecutive sentences. The judge was clearly concerned not only by the defendant's extensive record of felony convictions, but by the crimes of violence recounted at trial for which the defendant had not yet been prosecuted. Also, a reading of the habitual bill of information shows that the defendant was once charged with first-degree murder in 1987, but was allowed to plead guilty to attempted armed robbery. The trial court's belief that the defendant was a continuing threat to Ms. Lambert's safety is supported by the testimony at trial that the defendant attempted to pay 2 men to kill her. Further, we find that the record supports a maximum sentence imposed by the trial court. Defendant engaged in a relentless campaign to terrorize Ms. Lambert and put her in a constant fear for her safety for months. Even after his initial arrest, he continued his constant threats against the victim and her family. The record shows the defendant's behavior towards Ms. Lambert was consistent with a long-time pattern of violent behavior. Based upon the foregoing, we find that the trial court did not abuse its sentencing discretion. Again, the defendant's history tells this board, or should tell this board, that he is still a threat. You don't just change overnight. What he did at 23 was the same that he did at 38, was the same that he did at 55. Everybody, or most folks, are entitled to a chance as long as nobody's put at jeopardy. This man creates a threat to Ms. Lambert, to her family, and to society in general. And we're asking the board to deny his parole. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. All right, Mr. Parent, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Me?
Mr. Parent, yeah.
Yes, sir. I mean, I've sitting here, I got a Charlie horse in my leg. I've sitting here and I've listened to the victims and I understand. And I mean, some things were said I wasn't put on house arrest till a later date, and I was in house arrest in Miss Lambert's house. She was well aware of that, but I don't want to argue the case or contradict. All I'm saying, sir, is I am not that person. And if this board gives me the opportunity to show that I'm not that person, I'd be forever grateful and humble. And just allow me to go, and be a better productive member of society. I don't know what else I can say is that I'm not that person, and nobody has to be worried about anything from me, sir.
All right, thank you.
Charlie Osmo.
All right,
Chairman, I recommend executive session to discuss confidential matters related to this case.
all right, have a motion for executive session. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Yes, roll call, please.
Ms. Pearl,
Yes.
Mr. Roche,
Yes.
Mr. Kelsey.
Yes. right, I think we're back in. He is my board members here. Yeah, the panel prepared to vote.
Yes.
We'll go with Miss Pearl Wise first.
Sir, it looks like I was on the last hearing when you were present, and first of all, I want to commend you on your teaching those young men about carpentry. Like you said, they can bounce a ball, but they don't know anything about doing anything else, and that takes a lot of patience, a lot of stretching on your part, and I thank you for that. But however, due to the strong law enforcement opposition, the strong victim opposition, and your poor supervision history, I'm just not inclined to take a chance on you today. My vote is to deny. I also would like to see you take some substance abuse classes and find out where you are. And you a real general. I told him I used cocaine, but mainly I was drinking. But get into some, I encourage you to get into some substance abuse classes whenever the opportunity affords itself. Best wishes to you, sir.
Mr. Roche.
Mr. Perron, as victim advocate for the Committee on Parole, I cannot, in good conscience, listen to the vehement opposition by the victims, the adamant opposition of law enforcement, and the very, very strong opposition from the DA's office. You have excuse me, you have a history of crimes against person, which is a history of violence, an extensive criminal background with over 20 adult arrests. And a combination of that and poor supervision history and my obligation to protect public safety, my vote is to deny your request.
Thank you.
All right, you have 2 votes to deny your parole today. Again, it's been a difficult case for us all. We're all here trying to make the best decisions and the right decisions. After going over your file, listening to all the information I have, for me, due to your positive institutional record, all the work you've done, the positive comments from staff, I would vote to grant your parole today for the work you've done and continue. But today, unfortunately, you have 2 votes to deny and 1 to grant. Your parole's been denied. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, man. All right. Freddie Adams.
Not true, Fred.
Yeah.
The host muted us. Mr. Roche says nothing.
All right, ready for our next case?
This is the case for Freddie Adams, DOC 129224. We have Robert Lancaster, who's the attorney. With him, Hannah Wilson, who's the LSU law student. Gail Adams, who's a wife, who's on the phone, who would like to speak. Andrew Hunley, Louisiana Parole Project, and Adele Krieger, Orleans ADA.
All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Fred.
Sure. My name is Freddie Adams,
What's your DOC number?
129224.
All right, Freddie, my name's Brennan Kelsey. Along with me is Mr. Alvin Roche, Ms. Pearl Wise. I'll explain the process to you. Read some information to the record. We'll have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Freddie Adams, DOC number 129224, second class offender. Parole eligibility date 7/15/2021. A good time date 1/18/2037. Full term date 7/13/2087. First degree murder. And you were commutation of sentence signed by the governor. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you answer Mr. Alvin Roche's questions, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Adams. How are you?
Good, sir. And you?
Good. Nice seeing you again.
And same here, sir.
Good. Mr. Chairman, we have before us Freddie Adams. He's a second felony offender. He's currently 67 years old and been incarcerated for 32.5 years. He is parole eligible as of July 15th, 2021. He has an excellent disciplinary record with only 3 write-ups in the last 32.5 years of incarceration. He was granted clemency by Governor John Bell Edwards on December 20th, 2016. And the sentence was commuted to 99 years with parole eligibility after serving 33 years. That recommendation was based upon positive remarks by Warden Vanoy, a low risk assessment, good family support, and good community support. Also, it was based on the age of the offender and the length of incarceration. As I said before, he has only 3 disciplinary write-ups in 32.5 years, the last one being August 22nd, 2007, some 13 years ago. Mr. Adams, have you completed any programs or participated in any organizational activity since your last, since your pardon hearing?
Yes, sir, I have.
Tell me about it.
The program was CDL driving. I saw that the reentry program when Mr. Easley was opening up a CDL training program. I drive trucks for a living, sir. That's my skill. That's my love. And I wanted to get in to see. I teach guys how to drive on the job, you know, and it's kind of rough. But when I saw that they was going to do it on a simulator with the computers and online and all that, I wanted to learn that. So I got with Mr. Easley and we took the classes, and now I'm qualified to teach online with the simulator. So that's my last class.
Very good. Warden Benoit, do you have any comments, remarks, or observations?
Yes, sir. I've known Freddie a long time. He's been a model prisoner here. Very trusted position. He drives big trucks for Prison Enterprise. Three of his prison enterprise supervisors are here just to sit in, not to say anything, but just to be support for him. He's been a very trusted inmate and a very good leader.
Thank you, Warden. Mr. Chairman, that completes my interview.
Wise.
Sir, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to you.
All right. Tell me about the video you did for Veterans Against Drugs.
That's very touching.
Okay.
It's Vets Against Drugs. We have sponsors. I'm a member of Chapter 689, Vietnam Veterans of America. So Mr. Simmons came and he asked us to help him because he wanted to do a DVD against to help the young kids out. So I volunteered because I volunteered. I volunteered because my only son got shot down in New Orleans, and it was my fault.
Mm-hmm.
I should have been out there to show him the way, but I was in here because of drugs. And I cleaned myself up. I had to go to the funeral, but I stood over his funeral and I promised that I'll try to save other kids. So when the time comes to do the video, I did it.
Good. Well, I didn't get to see it, but I just got the impression that you made an impression on that video.
Well, I had to tell the whole story. And
you shared your testimony, your drug history testimony.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. The testimonies are vital, and I'm sure that's going to be impacting a lot of lives. And the other thing that impressed me in all the material I had an opportunity to read was how you surrendered to the police. That really stood out for me. You had a conscience to surrender to the police, and you didn't fight it in court. I mean, you didn't do all that.
No, ma'am.
That's all I had, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Now we'll hear from let's hear from Mr. Andrew Hunley first.
Andrew Hunley, Louisiana Parole Project. We've been working with Freddie for quite a while now. Due to Freddie's skill level in the institution, his disciplinary record, his work record, we feel like Freddie's not going to have a problem reintegrating into society and being successful. However, our organization will be here to support him during that reintegration, not only to work with him on learning financial management and technology skills and all the other skills that will work with him on, but also, due to Freddie's age and some of the minor health problems he has, we're going to work to ensure that he's signed up for health insurance immediately and that we make sure that he's able to get healthcare appointments and has transportation to those appointments when his first week's out. Because for Freddie to be successful, first we have to make sure that he remains healthy. Freddie will go through our residential reentry program in Baton Rouge, and he will stay living in Baton Rouge when he completes our program with his wife. So I just wanted to point out, he agreed his best reentry plan is to resettle away from Orleans Parish where this crime was committed. On a personal note, I worked with Freddie when I was incarcerated at Angola. We both worked for Prison Enterprises in two different areas. As Warden Benoit noted, his supervisors are there at the hearing to show support for him. He was always a leader at Angola at his job. He always went to work, made sure that he gave his best. And even though he was incarcerated, he would help other people, as he said, learn how to drive those big trucks. There's no doubt in my mind that Freddie has the skill set to be successful. Upon release and parole project looks forward to working with him to achieve his goals. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Ms. Gail Adams.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, okay, I'm like my husband this morning. I'm kind of full. But my name is Gail Adams, and I'm the wife of Freddie Adams, inmate 129224. My husband has been confined for over 28 years. During his confinement, I've been there for him 100% and always will be there for him. I love my husband, and I'll do whatever it takes legally to keep him on the right track. Being confined so long, I'm sure he's going to do the right thing. We often speak about how sorry he is for his charge and how he asks God to forgive him. Freddie Adams is a good person. He has very few write-ups, and he avoids confrontations. I pray he's given the opportunity to prove himself. I will be there for him, by his side always. So please give my husband a chance. He recognized his mistake. He recognized his mistake, and I know he'll never let that happen again. We accept the board's opinion. I'm just praying that it be the right decision. Thank you sincerely, Gail Adams.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Hear from Ms. Krieger now.
Good afternoon, Adele Krieger with the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office. I'm here today just to note for the record that the district attorney has a policy to oppose any release for crimes of violence, convictions for crimes of violence. So that's why we're going to be here in opposition today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Adams, would you like to make a statement on your behalf? Well, I guess we'll let Ms. Wilson wrap up at the end. Is that kind of the order we'd like to go? Mr. Adams, go ahead and make a statement.
Sir, I appreciate being here and you taking the time out to hear my request. First and foremost, I sincerely apologize for the killing Mr. Sims and hurting Ms. Walker. I would never ever do something like that again, and I'm just so remorseful. When this happened, the intent grew in me to become a better person, and over the years, I've done my best to just recreate myself and learn responsibility. I've taken many classes, but the victim awareness class was the one that really got to me, because I learned empathy, thinking about somebody else's feelings. You know, I've learned to think before I make these decisions. I've learned so many things that, you know, I was irresponsible, and now I've learned to take on responsibility, to think about other people, and to just do the right thing no matter what. You know, I will not never take the easy road. You know, I have to do what's right in spite of all evil. And I've learned that from my supervisors, from the people that depend on me to do a good job, not just today, but every day, you know, all the time. So I've learned so much, and I just want to use that to help out where I can and just continue to be a better person. And once again, I humbly apologize for all the people I've hurt, and I'm very remorseful, sir. And I just thank you for this time.
All right, thank you. Now we're here to wrap up with Ms. Wilson.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Hannah Wilson, and I'm a second-year law student with the LSU Law Parole and Reentry Clinic. Under the supervision of Professor Robert Lancaster, I have been assigned to assist Mr. Adams in his hearing today. I arranged Mr. Adams' parole packet, and if the board allows, I am prepared to give a statement on his behalf. For this,
Go ahead.
okay, thank you. For the same reasons that this board unanimously recommended Mr. Adams for clemency in 2016, he stands before you today as an ideal candidate for early release on parole. Throughout his 32 years at Angola, Mr. Adams has demonstrated strong respect for the system and its rules, and this is proven by his outstanding conduct record. But Mr. Adams not only respected the system, he embraced it. He served the prison as a trustee for 20 years. He took full advantage of the extensive programming offered to him at the prison. He earned his GED and he became a skilled truck driver. Mr. Adams used every resource available to him at Angola to become a better man and to fully prepare himself to re-enter society as a contributing member. But perhaps most importantly of Mr. Adams' accomplishments is that he has overcome the drug addiction that contributed to his previous criminal behavior. The substance abuse programming Mr. Adams received at Angola provided him with the necessary tools to maintain his sobriety. And this is evidenced by the fact that he has not once failed a drug test. He has been sober for 32 years. Further, Mr. Adams has a very strong support system to help him transition back to life outside of prison. As the board previously heard from Mr. Hunley, Mr. Adams has the full support of the Louisiana Parole Project upon release. In addition to his loving wife, Ms. Gale, and the Parole Project, he is also supported today by his father, Mr. Freddie Robinson, his sisters, Stephanie, Tracy, and Kathy, his brothers, Richard, Ricky, and Glenn, his daughters, Michelle, Courtney, and Tia, Tia's mother, Ms. Gilda Walker, his pastor, Reverend Gilbert Sy, his friends, Reverend Banks and Mr. Andre Bridges, and members from various chapters of the Vietnam Veterans of America. Though not seen or heard today at this hearing, each one of these family members and friends are tuned in to the live stream in support of Mr. Adams, and they will continue to support him just as much upon release. In conclusion, Mr. Adams prays that the board will consider the aforementioned reasons and grant him early release on parole. Thank you.
Thank you. Is now prepared to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Roche.
Mr. Adams, I'm looking straight at you and I see the picture of a person that's fully rehabilitated. And with pleasure, my vote is to grant your request for early release. And I base that vote on positive remarks by Warden Vanoy, an excellent disciplinary record with only 3 disciplinary write-ups in 32 and a half years, a low risk assessment score, excellent family and community support, the age of the offender, and the length of his incarceration. After release, the following conditions. You'll have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You are to attend NAAA meetings at least twice a week, and you are to do community service as directed by your parole officer. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Wise.
I concur with Mr. Roche. My vote is to grant your parole for the reasons he's already stated. I concur with the special conditions set forth by Mr. Roche, with the added special condition that you enrolled in marital counseling for a period of time deemed appropriate by the counselor. That is my vote.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, you have 2 votes to grant your parole. Also, I'm going to vote to grant your parole today for the work you've done, positive programs you've had, positive institutional record, warden's comments, all the things you've done. You've prepared yourself for this day. Going to vote to grant your parole with the conditions as stated: a curfew from 9 p to 6 a. You'll be released to the Parole Project. You'll have 5 hours of community service per month to do give back to the community, whatever you need to do there. NAAA 2 times a week. You'll have enroll in marital counseling and just kind of follow up with that. And then I want you just to report to your parole officer weekly for the first 30 days, just to kind of get on a good routine with that too. So 3 votes to grant your parole. Your parole's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the board.
Here we go.
All right, ready for the next case.
This is a case for Joseph Landix, DOC 378367. We have Robert Lancaster, who's the attorney, Michael Sewell, who is LSU law student, Carla Landix, who's the wife who would like to speak, Andrew Hunley from Louisiana Parole Project, Adele Krieger, Orleans ADA, and we have one more participant, but they have not logged in yet.
All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Landix, DOC number 378367.
Joseph, my name is Brennan Kelsey. Along with me is Mr. Alvin Roche and Pearl Wise. I'll explain the process to you. We'll read some information to the record. We'll have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond at the end. You can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir, I do.
Joseph Landix, DOC number 378367. You are a first-class offender. Since your parole eligibility day 7/29/2021. You are second-degree murder for life. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, would you please answer Mr. Alvin Roche?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Landix. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Good. Mr. Chairman, we have Joseph Landix. He's 42 years old. He's been incarcerated for 24 and a half years. He's a juvenile lifer, Miller case. He committed the crime approximately 1 month before his 18th birthday. Am I right, Mr. Landix?
Yes, sir, you are.
And I had a chance to read your mental health evaluation in its entirety. And overall, it looks very good. In that evaluation, you took full responsibility for your offense. You showed remorse. You showed that you're mentally prepared for your release. You understand there will be difficulties. You understand there will be challenges. And I think you're ready to face those difficulties by your response in your mental health evaluation. And you have 32 disciplinary write-ups and 24 years of incarceration. The last one being August 13, 2007, some 13 years ago. You had a little rocky start, but it looked like in 2007, you turned the corner and you said that basically it was time for you to stop acting as an adolescent and be a man and follow rules and regulations. What happened in 2007 that caused this drastic turnaround?
All due respect, Mr. Roche, I was involved in a physical altercation with a good friend of mine. The fight occurred because of a share of comical gestures. As I was placed in administrative segregation, I had just made 29 years of age. And I said, enough is enough. I'm in prison for second-degree murder, yet I'm still fighting to stay in prison. At that moment, I prayed. And after I was transferred to Camp D, I sought with the mental health department and I enrolled in mental health. After that, I was placed in anger management. I successfully completed anger management and I identified the source of my problems. My problems was I was blaming other people for what transpired in my childhood. I was responsible for everything that transpired, no one else. So the moment I learned how to take responsibility for my actions and understand that life is based upon decisions and whatever choice we make, we have to live with the outcome, then my life began to turn in a positive manner.
So basically you're saying through rehabilitative programming, like anger management and other good time classes, you begin to realize that you are your own worst enemy.
Absolutely. In fact, I was the author of my own pain, not anyone else, not the circumstances of life, not the judicial system, not citizens of America. I was the author of my own pain. I imposed pain upon myself. And I was so selfish that I didn't take into account the people I hurt along this path.
And shortly after his turnaround, he earned a GED 2 years later in 2009. He completed the Good Time class Tier Walker. He completed 100 hours pre-release. He has multiple certificates from Prison Enterprises. He's completed Malachi Dad's Thinking for a Change, Victim Awareness and Restitution, Celebrate Recovery. He just completed Celebrate Recovery in 2020. And he's taken another anger management class, money management, and personal development. Are there any other Good Time classes that you'd like to mention at this time?
Yes, sir. I was privileged to take Finding Higher Ground. I was privileged to take Economical Development, which you spoke on. I was also privileged to take, well, basically Celebrate Recovery was the best. It was the best out of all of them, next to anger management.
Yeah, and you just completed that in 2020, am I correct?
Yes, sir, right before the pandemic ensued.
Okay. And I see you have 1+, your wife. Your wife has mapped out an excellent transition plan for you. And tell us about that transition plan.
My transition plan, if this honorable board finds me a worthy candidate to grant parole, I will transition to the Louisiana Parole Project, where I will partake in their successful curriculums, all the transitional plans to help me be an effective person in society. After the completion of that, I will reside in Valley, Louisiana with my wife, the love of my life, Mrs. Carla Landix. I will reside also with the Church of New Hope Celebration Church. I will attend Nunez College, where I will take up study with urban studies. Afterwards, hopefully I can apply this education in my endeavors to give back to society and help all at-risk youth and likewise adults.
Thank you, sir. Warden Bernard, do you have any comments, remarks, or observations?
Yes, sir. Mr. Roche, again, Joseph came to prison as just a young kid, and he developed into a good man. One of the other things that he's partaken in is Malachi Dads. I don't know if that got mentioned or not, but
yes, it did.
Okay. He's done very well. Last write-up 13 years ago. His supervisors are here from Prison Enterprise that he works for, just to represent him, not to speak, but just to show their support for him. He's been a very good citizen of Angola and a model prisoner.
Thank you, Warden Bernard.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, that completes my interview of Mr. Lennox.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wise.
Mr. Lennox, there was some in your record about compassion cultivation.
Yes, ma'am.
That was not mentioned.
Yes, ma'am. Compassion Cultivation is a phenomenal curriculum headed by my instructor, Ms. Laura Norton. Compassion Cultivation Training Program, it teaches us to identify how to respond to a situation and how to react to a situation.
Mm-hmm.
In my first 10 years of my incarceration, I reacted to situations, and that reactionary stance often got me 32 disciplinary reports. The moment I learned how to respond before I even took compassion, I have now had a root infraction the last 13 years, and I have put forth stellar character. I atoned for my transgressions, and I went on to also be a teacher, assistant, aide in the facilitation of the compassion cultivation class here at this institution.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. That's all I had, Chairman.
All right, great. All right, let's go ahead and we'll hear from Mr. Andrew Hundley.
Andrew Hundley with Louisiana Parole Project. We've been working with Joseph for quite a while now in preparation of today's hearing. We have accepted Joseph as a client in our program. Joseph's a very intelligent person, and we have no doubt that he would be successful if given an opportunity. But he would come into our reentry program in Baton Rouge immediately upon release, where we'd work with him to ensure that he has the technological skills, financial management skills, understanding of social norms, that he gets into driving school, all those things that are needed before he moves on with his wife in Violet, Louisiana. We have no doubt of Joseph's ability to be successful. As far as when we look at Joseph and sort of compare him to other juvenile lifers who have been released up to this point, what I would submit to the board is that when we look at his education, his disciplinary record, his work history, his trustee status, that he is certainly among more like those that this board has granted parole to, rather than those that the board has chosen to deny parole. So I just wanted to make it clear that it is Parole Project's opinion that he certainly fits the mold of those who've been given second chances thus far. And just a friendly reminder, all Montgomery cases in Louisiana continue to be successful on parole with no recidivism. And we expect that Joseph would continue that trend. I feel like Joseph is ready to come home today. Unfortunately, as this board's aware, his PED is in July, and he has just a few more months to serve to satisfy that statutory requirement. But we're confident that he will continue to do well until he is given a chance to come home, hopefully in a few months. And we look forward to working with Joseph and ensuring that he can reach all of his potential when he does come home. Thank you.
All right, we'll hear from Ms. Carla now. Yeah, you need to take your mute off. Yeah, still have the mute on, Ms. Carla. All right.
Can you hear me?
Right, yes, we can now.
Thank you very much for hearing me. I'm going to read a letter that I wrote, and I'm going to allow my pastor to speak, but I want to let it's the volume. Give me 1 second. I can't see this stuff. It's the volume. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just wanted to briefly say that I have some family. I'm going to read a letter that I wrote, and I'm going to allow my pastor to speak, but I want to let
I should probably just turn this off and just go off.
Yeah, you need to turn it. You get feedback from another.
I know that I have my life group members here with me. I have some family members. Okay. Let's keep repeating the same thing. I apologize.
Yeah, I think you need to turn the other one off. This one, just have the one you have.
I don't know why it's repeating, but okay, let's see. Okay, what about now?
Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. I have my life group member and okay. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and read the letter. 2 Peter 3:9. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish.
Keep going.
But everyone to come to repentance. Good afternoon, honorable board members. I would like to first say thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. We have patiently waited on the Lord to afford us this day. I would further like to express my deepest apologies to the victims and their families for the loss, pain, and suffering they have endured. As teenagers, we often live life daily with no regard for the future. We conduct ourselves in an immature, peer-pressured, lack of impulse control manner. Top that with unstructured, impoverished upbringing, and a recipe for disaster is created. Today, I would like to speak about my husband, Mr. Joseph Landix. I could go on for hours concerning why I need him at home with me. As his wife, that is an absolute given. I will note that I love my husband and I am here to plead for mercy in his release. Joseph have been incarcerated for 24 and a half years. While I did not know him when he entered prison, I now know him well. Although upon his arrival at Angola, he struggled to adjust to prison life. He struggled with low self-worth, abandonment, lack of education, and bonded through ignorance with the wrong inmates. He was the result of a broken home that lacked male role models. Although it took him some time to adjust, once he did, his behavior and ability to self-inventory changed drastically, thus displaying that he developed the maturity required to understand the need for change. His rehabilitation shows that he had one rule infraction in 15 years, the last one being 13 years ago. He learned through prison administrative and seasoned inmates the importance of being honest, compassionate, God-fearing, forward-thinking, hardworking, and to genuinely care for others. During Angola rodeos, he's worked at the Louisiana Assistant Warden's booth at Kittyland for 10 years, a position that is not afforded to just anyone. He's had trustee status since 2009 and is currently an A-class trustee living at Camp F, which is also not afforded to just anyone. In hopes of being a better person, he started on his rehabilitation path long before he was given the benefit of parole. He made the mature decision to become his best self despite his address. He has taken a massive amount of programming and self-help classes in addition to peer mentoring and co-facilitating. If he's released, he will live in an upstanding, God-fearing home in Violet, Louisiana. He will have access to my second vehicle for transportation. He will attend Celebration Church, join a weekly life group, and attend Celebration Recovery. Many believe that Celebration Recovery is for recovering addicts, but it's for people with any types of hurts, habits, and hangups. It is our hope that he can become immediately involved in Cairo's prison ministry, for which I am the current leader of the East Louisiana chapter. Kairos was going to be here with us today, but they were not allowed in, so I'm speaking on behalf of Kairos, and we do welcome him. I am actively involved in church leadership and life group activities. He has 2 God kids who has established a relationship with him through several prison visits who needs his love and guidance. As a realtor and property manager, I have several clients who will assist him in obtaining employment. If he can obtain a TWIC card, I have clients who will get him a job working on the riverfront. With his horticulture certification and great test scores, members of my church assured me that they can get him an interview upon release. His goal is to enroll in Nunez Community College fall 2021 semester to pursue a degree. If these options fail, he has been offered a job at Fire, Food, and Spirit in Harvey, Louisiana, in inventory control and janitorial. He currently works at the CDC warehouse, so he is experienced in inventory stocking and workplace safety. In closing, my husband has a wealth of community support here via Zoom and our family, friends, Kairos family, Celebration Church family, and my life group. In addition, a host of friends, families, church members, Kairos members, and supporters in New York, New Jersey, Louisiana, South Carolina, and North Carolina are viewing online via YouTube. So today I ask that you show mercy and provide my husband with the opportunity to invest in his community and be a constructive citizen. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And my pastor would like to speak briefly. And I'm sorry I was so nervous.
Thank you.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right.
My name is Trevor Truitt. I'm the pastor here at Celebration Church in Araby, Louisiana. And over the last few months, I've been speaking with Joseph. And man, we've been having just some really great conversations. He's been telling me how his faith in the Lord has grown in his time there. And just a little bit of my story. I was in and out of jail for majority of my life. From the time I was 16 years old to the time I was 30 years old, I was a full-blown heroin addict for the last 3 years of my life before I gave my life to Christ. And in 2011, I found myself in a rehabilitation program where I was able to learn who God was and who I was to Him. And now I'm a pastor here at Celebration Church in Arabi, and I'm celebrating going on 11 years of sobriety over my heroin addiction. So our church is a place where people who may be deemed as the outcast of society come and know that this is a place that they can not only belong, but that they can start to thrive in society. And I believe the same things that happened in and through my life to get me to where I am today is the same things that He can do in Joe's life and even more. I also believe that He can reach a lot more people than I could ever reach, and that's what's going to keep him successful in his life, by pouring out what God has done in him through this time, working on his relationship with the Lord. As he pours that out to others, he's going to be able to keep what he's given. And that, if y'all recommend AA and NA, I hear this a lot in these things. And the 12th step is by having a spiritual awakening. As a result of these steps, we sought to bring this message to others, both by our example and in our testimony. So that is something that I'm going to help Joe with. We have several ministries that he can be involved in. Ms. Carla was talking about their Kairos jail ministry program. We have a Celebrate Recovery here that meets on Friday nights. We have a life group that we do. We minister. We're not a church that tries to keep to ourselves. We try to get out into the community, and we're always doing outreaches in the lower Ninth Ward community. Other parts of the country, we have mission trips that are offered throughout the year, and all these things will be resources to help him to keep what God has done in his life during this time. And I hear these great plans that Carla presented, and man, it seems like awesome plans. And while I was sitting there, it reminded me of a verse of scripture that says, "We prepare the horse for the day of battle, but the victory belongs to the Lord." So even in our planning, we're preparing the horse, and the horse will be that vehicle that's going to bring Joe into his full potential and success in society. However, even if our plans fail, victory belongs to the Lord. So he always has that sustenance. He always has that hope because of his newfound relationship in the Lord. He will never be devoid of hope. And hopelessness is the one thing that kept me in my mess for so long. But now that he has his hope in the Lord, he will succeed. That's all I have.
Right, thank you. Thank you. All right, Ms. Krieger.
Good afternoon. Please note my objection for the record based on the district attorney's policy to oppose any release for convictions for crimes of violence. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Landis, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Yes, sir, I would. Thank you. With all due respect, I'd like to express remorse to the victims' family, the community, the judicial system, and society as a whole. When I first came to this penitentiary for my first 10 years, I had a total disregard for authority, which ultimately led to my incarceration. I wanted to do things my way. I didn't care what nobody else felt, thought, or said about it. But I learned the hard way that doing things the wrong way only sets you back. For the last 13 years, I've done it the right way. I've taken no shortcuts, and I had positive production. With all due respect, character is what got me to where I'm at now. I currently live at Camp F. However, I'm a part of a 24-hour stick out with the national COVID-19 pandemic. I've been on this stick out for 8 months. I have not had one incident with security in any capacity, prison enterprise or Angola. Also, I'm assigned to CDC warehouse where I'm assigned to the cosmetic aisle, where I'm responsible for over $250,000 worth of merchandise. I have never failed an inventory. Character. People trust me now because of the character that I present. 10 years ago, 13 years ago, they would have never trusted me because I was immature, irrational, inexperienced, and I was ignorant. Now, that's not who I am. I'm no longer the at-risk youth. I've learned from my transgressions. I am a better person, a better human being. If this honorable board find me as a worthy candidate to invest in, I guarantee you, you're going to reap great dividends from your investment. There's a lot of at-risk youths and a lot of discombobulated adults in society. They need help. I'm one that can help. Not just help myself, but help other people. And hopefully I find that this honorable board look at my collective embodiment of work and see that my past transgressions do not reflect permanent incorrigibility. They're just a reflection of transient immaturity. And with all due respect, thank you for having me. And I'd like to thank this honorable board for affording this great opportunity to appear before you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, Michael, would you like to wrap? So a quick, brief wrap up here at the end?
Yes, sir. I'm Michael Sewell, second-year law student under Professor Lancaster, and I prepared Joseph's brief. And if the board deems appropriate, I'm willing to give a statement on his behalf. I'm just going to be quick, like you said, because I think that Joseph's testimony, his list of accomplishments, and the words of his supporters are his best advocates, pretty much. Joseph went to prison as a young man, 17 years old. He was abused, neglected, often abandoned. When he hit prison in his early time there, he had a lot of disciplinary infractions, as Mr. Roche pointed out. And then in 2007, it all turned around. He decided that he had reached a time and he didn't want to be that person anymore, and he wanted a new life. Now, I think it's important to note the timing of this, that when Joseph's transformation began, it was 2007. The rulings from Miller and Montgomery hadn't come down yet. So as far as Joseph was concerned, he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison, whether he changed or not. So that shows great evidence that the transformation that took place in Joseph is genuine and wasn't just his trying to get out of prison or just him trying to fool anybody. It comes from his heart. He's given it a lot of time and service to others. He didn't mention the volunteer work that he does with the Vietnam veterans on the compound or his church, or I don't know if he mentioned the social mentoring that he does for young lifers that are coming in the same position as he was. He tries to steer them away from all the foolishness and entanglements that they might get into in prison. He has a solid reentry plan. Mrs. Landix has a permanent home for him. He has a car. He has job offers lined up. He has supported the parole project, and the work they do is outstanding. They've got proven results. They're very effective. They really care what they're doing, and they take time with these individuals. And I think that will help him acclimate back to society very well. In Joseph Landix's case, DOC is equipped with a lot of proven programming that generates successful results. And I think Joseph took active participation in that programming, and the two of them paired together to make great partnership. I think he's an excellent example of rehabilitation. And I think not only that, the prison system saved his life. You know, Joseph, if he would have kept going the way he was going, he'd have been a victim in the streets just like everybody else. He would have continued living that life. But he's not. He's a changed man now. Joseph has great community support, and I think it's more than that. I think that it's more like a family out there that Joseph has finally found. And that's something that he's been missing his entire life, and I really believe that actually completes his rehabilitation. He's got people waiting out there that are going to make him do right, make him do good, and I'm sure if he ever slips, he's going to feel the wrath of Mrs. Landix. So in light of all that, we pray that you grant Joseph Landix parole.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Roche?
Mr. Chairman, based upon what I think is a very positive attitude by Mr. Landis, positive remarks by Warden Bernard, good programming, a great transitional plan, good family support, good community support, a low risk assessment, and an excellent disciplinary record for the last 13 years. My vote is to grant his request for early release. Conditions after release, he's to have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. He is to do community service with at-risk youth 5 hours monthly. He must maintain full-time employment or enroll in school full-time. And he is to attend Celebrate Recovery meetings on a weekly basis. Good luck, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Wise.
Young man, I just applaud all that you have done. And my vote is to grant, I enthusiastically vote to grant your parole for the reasons been stated by Mr. Roche, and I concur with the recommendations and the special conditions set forth by Mr. Roche. Best wishes to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you have 2 votes to grant your parole. Also, I'm going to vote to grant your parole based on the work you've done, the positive institutional record, the positive comments by the ward, and the work that you have done to get here to this day. You have no contact with the victim or victim's family. You would have a curfew from 9 p. to 6 a. You will be released to the parole project, NAA 3 times a week, community service 5 hours per month, maintain full-time employment or full-time in school. You understand the stipulations?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Chairman,
sir.
it was not NAA, it's Celebrate Recovery on a weekly basis.
Okay, you don't. I mean, I think they're all intermingled. You want something specific?
Yes, specifically Celebrate Recovery on a weekly basis, and he is to maintain full-time employment or enroll full-time in school.
Celebrate Recovery weekly. All right, you understand stipulations?
Yes, sir.
You've been granted 3 votes. Good luck to you.
Thank all of you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
The administrative results for today are Daryl Arsenault, 259864, deny rehear application. Marcus Chapman, DOC 349549, deny rehear application. Stephanie King, 171394, grant rehear application. Thomas Mackles, 531319, deny rehear application. and Anthony Young, 545116, deny rehear application.
All right, ready for our next case?
Our next case is Roosevelt Hall, DOC 116683. We have Randy Meyer, Jefferson ADA, Benjamin Hall, who is the uncle who would like to speak in support. And we also have the Reverend Laver Camp, who's a pastor who would like to speak, but he's having some technical issues and we're trying our best to assist him.
All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Roosevelt Hall, 116683.
Hi, Roosevelt. My name is Brennan Kelsey. Along with me, Mr. Alvin Roche and Mr. Pearl Wise will be your parole panel. Explain the process to you. Read some information to the record. Have a parole interview. Ask you some questions. You can respond at the end. You can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Roosevelt Hall, DOC number 116683. You're a 5th class offender. Parole eligibility date 3/13/2021. No. Your good time date is 9/14/2035, full term date 3/14/2085, 99 years, 2nd-degree murder. You were granted clemency, commutation of sentence by Governor John Bell Edwards. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you answer Mr. Alvin Roche's questions, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hall.
Good afternoon.
How you doing? Nice seeing you again, Roosevelt.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, we have Roosevelt Hall. He's currently 64 years of age. He's been incarcerated for the last 34 and a half years. He's a 5th felony offender. In my 5 years on the Committee on Parole and the Pardon Board, very rarely do you see a 5th felony offender even get past the application process. But there was something special about Mr. Hall, and his application was accepted. And at the pardon hearing, he took full responsibility for his offense and showed a great amount of remorse and rehabilitation, and got a recommendation from the Pardon Board. His eligibility date for parole is March 16th, 2021, about 3 months from now. He was granted clemency by Governor John Bell Edwards on August 12, 2020, and his sentence was commuted to 99 years with parole eligibility after serving 35 years. He received the recommendation from the Pardon Board on May 20th, 2019. And the basis for that recommendation was the age of the offender, the length of incarceration, a favorable recommendation from Warden Benoit, good disciplinary record, a low risk assessment score, and all victims were unopposed. And the big thing is that during the hearing, he took full responsibility for all of his actions. His disciplinary record is he has only 6 write-ups in 34 years of incarceration, the last one being June 12, 2014, some 6 years ago. Is that still your last disciplinary write-up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about the programs that you've completed since your pardon hearing.
Well, I was, Mr. Jim Wise had made a statement about me taking the program Thinking for a Change, but I was not placed in that program because they said that I didn't qualify because of my low risk level.
But have you completed any programs since your pardon hearing?
No, sir.
Tell me what you've been doing since your pardon hearing.
Well, I've just been working. Well, I work in the doctor's and dental clinic back there at the camp, you know, and I attend church regularly when we was able, but due to the pandemic, we are not able to commune as much. But we started back about maybe 3 weeks ago where we have an hour within the kitchen back there, and I always attend those church service.
Okay. Thank you. Warden Bernard, do you have any comments, remarks, or observations?
Yes, well, not much has changed since the last hearing. He lives at Camp D, and we did have some spikes in the pet with the COVID back there, so they've been basically shut down since the pandemic hit us. But nothing much has changed for Roosevelt. He's a quiet guy. And, you know, he goes to work, does a job. As you said, only 6 write-ups in 30-something years. No, he's no problems at all.
Thank you, Warden Bernard. Mr. Chairman, that completes my interview.
All right, Ms. Wise.
Oh, I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll hear from Mr. Benjamin Hall. Go ahead and take your mute off, Mr. Hall. Hit the mute button. All right, not yet. Should be a mute button there. There you go.
Okay.
All right, we hear you now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and God bless you all. The family, I'm speaking on behalf of the family, my whole family for Roosevelt. I'm his uncle. And the whole family is waiting and hoping and praying that Roosevelt come home if he's released. The family have prepared, we are prepared for him to come home. We are, Roosevelt have all the love, a loving family. We have already have a loving home for him to live. We already have a good job for him to work. He will have transportation to and from work and home. So we are hoping and praying that he come home, and we are ready for him to come home. And I have all the remorse for him and the family and everyone. So I would love to see him come home so he can live the rest of his life and with his family. So he have a good home to come to. The family all wants him home, and we are supporting him 100%. So we are there to support him 100%.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you for hearing me, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're here for Mr. Randy Meyer now.
Good afternoon, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. So yesterday I was able to speak with Dolores Morgan, a family. She's, I think it was her brother who was killed. And she confirmed to me yesterday that she and her entire family do not oppose Mr. Hall's parole. Having said that, we'll take no position.
Thank you, Randy. All right, Mr. Hall, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
I'd just like to reiterate what I've said once before. I'm very remorseful for the crime that I committed, and I take full responsibility for it and for killing Mr. Van Washington. And the mental and physical suffering that I caused his family to go through, I'm very sorry for that. And I want to thank the victim for forgiving me for it and allowing me this opportunity. And I want to take this time to extend my gratitude to you all, everyone that's took part in this process. You know, it's an honor and a privilege for me, you know, from the victims, the DA's office, the law enforcement, Warden Bernard and his administration, everyone that are here. And in my closing conclusion, I want to say that I'm connected to God. God and I have a relationship. I'm connected strongly with my family. and I know that I could connect to society. I have a renewed mind. I say I know that I could reconnect to society. I have a renewed mind. I no longer think criminal. And in my humble opinion, that is the dignity to rehabilitation. I want to say thank each and every one, and God bless.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall. Appreciate it. Is panel prepared to vote? Mr. Roche?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, based upon favorable remarks by Warden Vanoy, the age of the offender, the length of incarceration, good disciplinary record, a low risk assessment score, and most of all, the victims of this crime are unopposed, and the offender has taken full responsibility for his action. My vote is to grant his request for early release. After release, the conditions are a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., community service at the discretion of his parole officer, and NAAA meetings, if needed, at the discretion of the parole officer. Good luck.
Ms. Wise?
Mr. Hall, I just want to commend you on getting to this day.
Yes, ma'am.
Getting into this day. I love what you said, that you are connected to a higher power. Stay connected. Stay
Yes,
connected. My vote is to grant for the reasons been stated by Mr. Roche. I also concur with the conditions set forth by Mr. Roche. And with the added reason is because of your outstanding family support. You're gonna need that. But they cannot read your mind. You got to speak up. You got to tell them what what you're experiencing. A lot of things are different. It's not a time to be shy. You really got to tell them, what's going on with you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, you have 2 votes to grant your parole. I'm also going to vote to grant your parole for the reasons stated: good programs, positive institutional record, positive comments of the warden, all the work you've done. You've done a great job. The stipulations will be curfew from 9 p to 6 a. And if Mr. Roche is okay with, I'd add community service, but I'd make it specific 5 hours a month. And then I'd also would add NAAA and make it a specific time frame, 2 times a week. And then I'd like for you to report to your PO weekly for the first 60 days. And you understand the stipulations?
Yes, sir.
You have 3 votes to grant. Your parole's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, ready for our next case?
Here we go.
This is a case for Terry Bagnaris, DOC 152277. We have Adele Krieger, Orleans ADA, Nicholas Ryan, who's a victim who would like to speak, and Edward Ryan, who's a victim who would also like to speak.
All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Terry Bagnaris, 152277.
All right, Terry, my name's Brennan Kelsey, along with me is Mr. Alvin Roche and Ms. Pearl Wise. Will be your parole panel. I'll explain the process to you, read some information to the record, have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement or take a vote. You understand the process? You understand the process?
Sir.
Terry Bagnaris, DOC number 152277. You're a fourth class offender. Parole eligibility date 8/19/2014. Not eligible for good time. Full term date is life. Manslaughter, you revoked on robbery, aggravated escape. Does that sound correct?
Found guilty on attempt simple escape.
Attempt, aggravate, you got in here, attempt ag escape, habitual offender, add penalty. Armed robbery, habitual offender, manslaughter. That's not, I don't think for our purposes of hearing, that's gonna be, fact, but we'll make sure that's correct if that's not
Yes,
correct
sir.
in the thing, all right? All right, would you answer, Ms. Pearl Wise, please?
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Good, good. Call out for the record how long you've been incarcerated.
21 years.
21 years.
And
go ahead.
21 years and 4 months.
And 4 months. And you just had a birthday, November the 24th.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, happy belated birthday to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you remember the age when you first got arrested for anything?
As a juvenile? I think 13, if I'm not mistaken.
Close enough. Well, my math said 12.
Okay.
Yeah, according to the, I think it was I want to say 1984 was
Yes,
your
ma'am.
first arrest. Well, your first contact with the criminal justice system. I put it like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And over these 21 years, you've had 98 write-ups.
Yes,
And your
ma'am.
last write-up was for fighting in 2018. Have you gotten tired yet, sir? Are you tired?
Yes, ma'am. I'm extremely tired, ma'am.
You're tired, okay. And that's what I was thinking. Since 2018, you're starting to turn the corner.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad to see that. However, are you aware of the detainer that's been placed against you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you got a lot more things to be concerned about than us, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now with that situation being the way it is, that's not gonna bear too well today because of
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. That's all I had, Chairman.
All right.
All right, Mr. Roche.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bagnaris. How are you?
I'm all right, sir.
Good. You started at 12 years old. You have an extensive juvenile record, probably 10 or 12 arrests, and then you're a fourth felony offender as an adult.
Yes, sir.
And you have 98 disciplinary write-ups since you've been incarcerated.
Yes, sir.
4 of those were in 2018.
Yes, sir.
When do you plan to turn it around?
Well, it's exactly when that incident occurred, I had enough time to really get myself together because I was,
What incident was that?
What an incident occurred?
No.
Which one are you
My
talking
thing
about?
is you're still getting write-ups in 2018. When do you plan to turn it around?
I don't want to.
He's asking when you decide to turn your behavior around.
What caused you to want to turn your behavior around?
Oh, just And with age, sir. As I got older, I realized, it's not.
Well, I think they misunderstood my question. You are continuously getting in trouble.
Yes,
You've
sir.
had 4 disciplinary write-ups in 2018. I don't think you've turned it around yet. When do you plan to turn it around?
Right now, I mean, I'm turning it around, sir. I've turned it around.
Okay, tell me how.
I mean, you have my disciplinary, you have my records. I can't sit here and say that I'm a saint, but of course I made a lot of mistakes in life and I regret every bit of it. Every bit of it. I mean, it's not something proud for me to say, and I regret everything with the victims and everybody. And as time went on, I just, I regret everything.
Okay, now you questioned Mr. Kelsey on your crime. I'm gonna read directly from your rap sheet, your official rap sheet. On July 11th, 2001, you pled guilty to an habitual offense, attempted aggravated escape, and you were sentenced to 20 years at DOC without benefit of probation, parole, or suspension and sentence. There's no way in the world that you would have been sentenced to 20 years for a simple escape. You pled to attempted aggravated escape. That's in the record.
Yes, sir.
I'm finished with my interview. I'm finished with the interview, Mr. Kelsey.
Can I say one thing in response to that, sir, if you don't mind?
I'm looking at the official record, Mr. McNair's.
I went to trial. I went to trial, sir.
Okay.
I went to trial and got found guilty on attempt simple escape.
Okay. Then this record is wrong.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then you need to get your classification officer and get the record corrected, because it's on your record as you pled guilty to attempted aggravated escape and was sentenced 20 years. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Now we'll hear from Mr. Ryan, Nicholas Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Ryan. Go ahead and make your statement. Push the mute off. Take the mute button off.
There we go.
All right, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, yes. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Joseph Ryan, youngest son of Edward Joseph Ryan, who was murdered in his home on August 15, 1990 by Terry Bagnaris. We will never know what my dad felt as he died by the hand of a gun owned by Terry Bagnaris with a bullet hole in his head in his home. I remembered when I was a boy, about 6 years old in 1955, my dad went to Baton Rouge as a witness to testify before the Senate about labor laws involving local 60s plumbing union. He put his livelihood on the line for telling the truth. He said it was the right thing to do. I didn't know much about what was happening, but he was on TV, and it was a very important thing he was doing. He taught our family about right and wrong. You did not break the law, or you would have to pay for your crimes. No one is above the law. When Terry Bagnaris broke into my dad's home and murdered him, it was no accident. This cowardly act was thought out and planned before he entered the house. He planned to kill my dad and did it purposely. Terry Bagnaris is not above the law. I will hope you never have to feel the pain of losing a member of your family in a way that my family has. There is nothing to ease that pain but our faith in the justice system. At my dad's wake, there were over 250 friends and relatives who attended. They all offered their condolences to me and my family. They told me what a wonderful person my dad was and could not believe that this had happened to him. They spoke of all the stories over the years that he had told them. He talked about his time in the Navy as a chief petty officer during World War II and so many other clubs and organizations in which he was involved. My dad was an Irishman and he loved telling stories. And when he was taken away from us, our children and grandchildren, by the reckless, selfish act of Terry Bagnaris, his stories were silenced forever. Terry Bagnaris was caught and brought to justice. He received a life sentence for his crimes. There is no way for him to change what he did by saying he's sorry. He can take his case before God and let the Almighty decide. But for now, he needs to finish his sentence. My dad would have wanted him to complete his sentence. He believed in law and order. He always paid his debts and expected the same of others. He loved life. Thank you for giving me this time to speak for my dad.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Now we'll hear from Mr. Edward. Catherine. Go ahead.
Roll board members, my name is Edward Patrick Ryan, son of Edward J. Ryan. He was my mentor, priest, superintendent, and best friend. A New Orleans native, a chief in the Seabees during World War II, a plumber by trade, a caregiver for my mother for 24/7 for 7 years during her cancer ordeal. How evil is Terry Bagnaris? He put the pistol in my 82-year-old father's mouth and blew his brains out to send a message. Did Bagnaris confess who his other 4 accomplices were in this crime, or who put the contract on my father for this murder? I was told by Camille Burris, First Assistant District Attorney, she was going for a first-degree murder conviction with the death penalty. She was so sure of a conviction of murder 1, the DA dropped the armed robbery charge against Bagnaris he committed 2 days before he executed my idol. The week before the trial, I was informed that she couldn't get a murder 1, that I have to settle for a manslaughter plea bargain charge. After getting out on parole, he carjacked his parole officer's godson. At the trial, his parole officer told me that Terry Bagnaris was evil, not able to be rehabilitated. That's a direct quote by his parole officer. After his conviction, he attempted to murder the bailiff in the hall and escape. Terry Bagnaris is a serial armed robber and a murderer. He will kill and rob again if set free. He should not be let out of prison to ruin other families' lives. His murder of my father caused my stepmother's death. She went into a state of depression, sat in a rocker and mumbled all day, "Oh my Eddie, over and over. I am changed by this. I'll never be the same, angry and despair. My wife is afraid he will kill us if he gets out, or some of his gang on the outside will." Thank you.
Who's that? All right, thank you. All right, we'll hear from Ms. Krieger now.
Good afternoon, Adele Krieger with the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office. Mr. Bagnaris is a 4th-class felony offender with an extensive criminal history dating back to 1984 when he was 12 as a juvenile. As a juvenile, he was convicted for simple battery, simple robbery, aggravated assault, illegal carrying of a knife, and criminal trespass, among others. As an adult, he's got convictions for possession of cocaine, illegal possession of stolen weapons, manslaughter, armed robbery, felon with a firearm, and attempted aggravated escape. He's had 2 previous periods of supervision, which were terminated unsatisfactorily due to the fact that he was charged with one of the manslaughter charge in the instant case. He's a violent repeat offender. My office opposes any release for Mr. Bagnaris. We have extensive victim opposition, as noted by the Ryan family, and then also by Mr. Brandon Allen, who is not here with us today. He was the victim in the carjacking case. out of Orleans Parish. He has spent 21 years in prison. 19 of them, he was exhibiting the same kind of behavior that earned him those 98 write-ups. And 2 years have been spent write-up free. So I don't think that balances out in his favor. For those reasons, we are going to be opposing his release today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bagneris, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
With that, sir, I mean, I would like to say that I apologize and I regret everything that throughout my life, victim, his family.
All right. You got it, Terry? All right.
Yes. My name is Catherine Ryan. I'm also signed up to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. They had two speakers down. Okay.
I was passed over. May I speak?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Thank you. I so appreciate that. Catherine Ryan, granddaughter of Edward Joseph Ryan. August 16th, 1990 was a long-awaited date for my then 18 years of age self. It was the day I was moving back home to Louisiana. It was the day my grandfather, Edward Joseph Ryan, was picking me up at the airport. This day, my life, my family was never be the same because on August 15th, you, Terry Bagneris, took my grandfather from us. Edward Joseph Ryan was a hard, strong, determined, hardworking, dedicated, family first, firm but fun family historian, amazing storyteller grandfather. He taught me the importance of family, of helping others, of honesty, of hard work. I learned how to iron, making a nickel, ironing his handkerchiefs. He always had one in his pocket. He drugged me to visit all the old relatives, but I really liked being with Grandpa, so it was okay. He was a man of modest means. He'd drive an hour to get free spring water and recycled bottles before recycling even existed, and make a day of it visiting family along the way. Time together with Grandpa was purposeful. Cooking, cleaning, washing, shopping were all education moments, made fun with Grandpa. My grandfather, Edward Joseph Ryan, loved his family. He loved his grandchildren. We were perfect in his eyes. While I was preparing to move back home, you took my grandpa away from me. The day before he was to greet me back home, you killed my grandpa. You made a plan to break into my grandfather's home. You went prepared to kill him. You killed my grandfather. Because of you, I didn't get to say hi, Grandpa. Because of you, I didn't get to say goodbye. Because of you, I didn't get to have him see me go to college. Because of you, I didn't get to have him introduce him to my boyfriends and significant other. I lost my family that day, not just my grandfather. My brother turned to substances. My father turned to anger. My mother turned to anxiety and fear. I turned to stubbornness and everything with everything and everyone. I was fearful for my family. I was diagnosed with autoimmune disorder that is directly related to stress. I mourned my grandfather, a healthy, active senior, alive and vibrant one day, killed in an instant. My grandfather didn't get a second and third chance. You have had multiple chances, but you repeatedly choose to return to a life of crime and imprisonment. What have you done to repay this earth for killing my grandfather? What have you done to try to honor my grandfather? What have you done to make this world a better place? My grandfather's spirit is here with us. It shows in my family surviving the murder of a great man. It shows in how we are still together. It took me many years, but I finally gave my grandpa the attention and not let you, Terry Bagneris, occupy any of my heart and head. I still visit my grandfather, but it's at a cemetery. I don't think with all the chances you've had that you are capable of living an honorable life. I want you in prison. I want you in prison for your natural life. You took my grandfather's life. I don't trust you on my streets. I don't trust you in my community. I don't trust you won't threaten my family for speaking against you.
Thank you. All right, Terry, would you like to make a statement at the end here, Terry?
Just that I regret and apologize, even though it won't work. Sorry.
All right. Panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Ms. Furlwise?
Mr. Terry, apologizing does work. It really does work. You can say whatever you're led to say to the victims. And I hope that hearing about your victim will have an impact on you, as it does me. Just the life he lived, and you know what's been said about how you can honor his life. But today, sir, my vote is to deny your request for parole because of the you have a fair institutional record. You have strong victim opposition. You have law enforcement opposition. Your criminal history has already been outlined. Your overall disciplinary record. So that is my vote, sir.
All right, Mr. Roche.
Mr. McNaris, you have been digging the hole you're in since you were 12 years old. You're not going to dig yourself out in a year or 2 or 3. You have to begin to turn around and show that you can be a productive member of society. And the only way you're going to do that is to have 3, 5, 6, 7 years of good programming, good disciplinary record, organizational participation. It's time for you to get off your rump and start working, or you find yourself a 65-year-old man at Angola State Prison.
Yes, sir.
I intend to motivate you. So maybe one day, a panel of 3 persons can actually see that you warrant some clemency. My vote is the same as Ms. Wise.
But you have 2 votes to deny. I'm also going to vote to deny your parole for the law enforcement opposition, victim opposition. Still need to continue to work on programs, work on yourself. 3 votes to deny. Today your parole's been denied.
Yes, sir.
All right, man.
All right.
All right, we're ready for our last case. Before we start our last case, I'd like to read some information to the record.
Oh,
Administrative.
Mr. Kelsey, just real quick, we already read it into the record.
You did. Okay. So you just read it yourself then.
Yes,
That's
sir.
perfect. Thank you.
This is the case for Lester Chairs, DOC 104970. We have Randy Meyer, Jefferson ADA.
All right. Lester, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Lester Chair,
What's your DOC number?
104970.
All right, Lester, my name's Brennan Kelsey. Along with me is Mr. Pearl Wise and Mr. Alvin Roche. We'll have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process? You understand how this is going to work?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, Lester Chairs, DOC number 104970. You're a third-class offender. Parole eligibility to date 5/19/2003. Good time date 3/27/21/12. Full term date 7/6/22/38. 258 years. Armed robbery, crimes, aggravated crimes against nature, armed robbery, first degree murder. That sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you answer Ms. Pearl Hines, please?
How are you feeling today, sir?
I'm doing so.
What's the matter?
Well, I'm not really mad, I'm just anxious, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, that's explained. That I mean, that's understandable. Call out for the record, sir, how long you have served.
Call out who?
How long have you been in jail?
Oh, about 3 or 4 years.
Okay. Well, sir, the record shows that you've been in jail since 2004.
No, I mean, I don't got out. It went back in.
I'm sorry, 1984. I'm so sorry. 1984. I'm sorry. 1984. Yeah. Yeah. And it's 2020 now.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what do you do every day?
Well, mostly, you know, we talking with my neighbors and trying to see what else I can do.
Mr. Wise, this is Warren Benoit. He's been in a cell just about he has been in a cell his entire time here. I think he came here the first time in 73 and he got out for just a little while and come back in 84. But he's always done all of his time in a cell.
Okay,
He's never wanted to leave a single man cell.
Okay. All right then. Well, that's all I have. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Roche.
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions.
All right, so Mr. Chairs, you've been you like to stay where you are, huh? In your own cell? You just kind of like to stay there and hang out?
Just, I'd rather stay there, you know, than go somewhere else.
I got it. Makes sense. All right, Mr. Randy Meyer.
Yes, sir. There I come. Randy Meyer, Assistant DA Jefferson. My concern with Mr. Chairs was the lack of programming, no sex offender treatment, no anger management. So for those reasons, and the violent nature, we would be opposed.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairs, you would like to make a statement on your behalf? Would you like to make a comment for yourself?
Well, you know, you gotta think about a few words, you know. And for talking about my parole, you know. I sure appreciate, you know, that y'all I got granted. I got granted, you know, to have this parole hearing, you know. I've been gone so long, you know. So many people in my family have passed away, you know. but I never gave, no problem to that as far as doing something about it. And I know I can't do but one thing about it. I had to pay for the people who
All right. All right, thank you. Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes, I'm ready.
Ms. Pearl?
Mr. Lester, if you are serious about what you said about you want to go home, you want to be with your family, then I want you to give some serious thought to getting out of the cell and getting where you can get some programs. You can take some classes, you can learn some new things and prepare yourself for the outside. Just think about it. Just think about it. And I'm sure I let the correctional officer know that you want to get moved from that cell. Just think about it. But today, my vote is to deny your parole because you haven't had any classes. You've lost 330 days of good time. I said lack of programs and your violent history. That is my vote, sir. But I do strongly encourage you to think about what I said.
All right, Mr. Roche.
Mr. Chairs, you're simply not ready to be released. You need programming, you need sex offender treatment. You need, as Ms. Wise said, to get out that cell and try to, at the age of 67 years old, try to enhance your knowledge. So one day, maybe you can be released and rejoin society. But today, simply because you're not ready, my vote is to deny your request.
All right, you have 2 votes to deny. Also going to vote to deny your request. You need programs. You have law enforcement opposition, victim opposition. You have a poor institutional record. So you have 3 votes to deny today. Your parole's been denied. Good luck to you. And it is 2:32, Thursday, December the 10th. It still is. We will adjourn from LSP. Thank you.